Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another coding stream. So I'm getting rolling just a little bit after 11. Going to put in a solid 6-hour day on what I have in mind. And what might that be? A fair question. I'm probably going to be starting the GUI work for Console X3. However, there is the possibility that a friend's going to stop by, Yank Scally, who is a friend of mine out of the Godot contributor world, and might have a way of porting my VST2 code to native Godot plugin code. Similarly to the way that Bacon Paul did way back when he did Consolidated and the VCV Rack version. And it's a doable thing. Like, it's not a shocking thing to be able to do. It's just a little bit beyond my pay grade because I'm a specialist. I focus in the stuff that I focus in. And if that works, we all get to use all of the plugins in Godot. I've got another meeting with the Godot audio team, which is to say they don't have specifically a meeting with me. What I'm saying is they have a let the Godot audio team get together, I believe this coming week. And a little bit past that, I have another cord of firewood coming up because I decided, it surprised me a little bit, honestly. I called up the firewood place and I was like, can I get another cord? Thinking that I probably left it late enough that they're booking into like July and August and September and so on. Nope. They were ready to bring me another firewood cord in like 2 weeks. So I ran with that and I'll make it happen. Thankfully, it's going to happen just after Patreon makes me not be literally broke again. So then I just have to plan to have that much free because they like getting paid by check. They don't want to be dealing with credit cards. Plenty of other things are going to be dealing with credit cards, but I've talked about that. Anywho, the Godot thing. I brought the situation of all the Airwindows stuff is on GitHub in repositories that you can download and play with, including all the VST2 stuff. And what Bacon Paul did was write scripts that basically just went and searched out stuff and translated it into another form. And apparently this is what Yank Scally was doing. So I'll find out. Like I said, there's no terrible rush here. So if we can get this sorted by the time of the next Godot meeting, that'll be cool. If we get this sorted by, because I don't know how hard it was, he might have used like technical assistance or whatever, because it is simply a matter of make a script that reads this and spits out that. And it's known behavior in both circumstances. And the format that he has to read from is not tricky because I keep everything in the VST2 world very predictable and consistent. It's incredibly predictable. That's why it's easy for Bacon Paul to do what he did. And hopefully it'll be also easy for Yank Scally to do what Yank Scally is doing. And he only needs to do it once. If he's able to do it once, I get to use it from then on. And that's pretty exciting because it's not just only about video games, right? Like, oh, here, let me boost my levels just a hair. Here we go. It's not only about video games. There's also the prospect of using the technology of Godot to essentially make instruments. Like, people talk about AI music and stuff, and I find it deeply uninspiring. It's like the worst of MP3, only worse. because what it's doing is diffusion modeling stuff based on the descriptions of essentially the same thing as MP3s, FFT measured out sonograms. But it's doing the same kind of diffusion modeling that you get off of visual generation, but it's doing visual generation of audio clips represented as images. And if you have enough resolution, you can kind of sort of pull it off, and kind of sort of is all you're ever going to get, because that's going to be very limited. But there have been people who have done music composition things. Some time ago, honestly, there was a guy who did a infinite gent, where he did a bunch of the metal genre djent. And essentially, it's essentially like he programmed a game to do it. He made it spit out these various like arrangements and things, notes and so on, but he was firing it, obviously using samples. So this was not a diffusion-generated thing. And I myself have a synthesizer sitting over there. When I finish all of my work, maybe I'll even have the chance to play with it some of the time. And made a whole album, Welcome to Free Luna, off of letting shift registers and randomization come up with chord sequences. And in doing that, this was not a AI in the sense of diffusion model, Suno style, extrude a bunch of slop. Instead, it was like rolling the dice or using Eno's oblique strategies cards or something like that. You develop a system, and then you fire off the system and let it go. And there are some limitations to what you can do with that. And there's different things you can bring to it, like some of the bits that worked out pretty well in Welcome to Free Luna were when I was playing keyboards or guitar over what the synthesizer was doing. But the synthesizer was supplying the basic framework of things, and also like tempo, sequencing, and there's more that I could do along those lines. In particular, the stuff that I was doing with Bastel Castles was very interesting in terms of experimenting with sequences generated using you could almost say mechanical, electrical timing of pulses and things being modulated, and then using that to re-trigger a separate timer that's somewhere else, and generating like percussion parts and things like that, which weren't rigidly tied to the underlying beat, but would get brought back into the underlying beat. And sometimes, if it's the Bastel Castles, are very janky little creations, and sometimes that's all to the good when the synthesizer you're using or the sequencer that you're using is a little raw. It's a little like it runs off the rise time of the incoming pulse trigger and so on, and maybe isn't perfectly consistent in every single reaction, because that gives you a little bit of more randomness in things. Yeah, it's all very interesting. It's been an interesting morning. I'm having my second cup of coffee, and I mentioned on Blue Sky that I had been cleaning up books that I got from my parents because I did not put them in a dumpster and instead kept them. Turns out one of the books that I have is from the tail end of the 1700s. It's a poetry book. Unironically, literally, that's what it is. It's from when printing was the big technological thing. I could even show it to you. That might be kind of fun. While we're getting rolling, because this is going to be working with Pample Juice again. Hopefully that's going to go flawlessly. I don't know if it will or not, but I might be able to make it build locally anyhow, following my recipe. But let me take a moment and go and show you this book, seeing as I make these streams and people can also watch them later. And why not get a little glimpse of something I was talking about before. There's also a Guide to Young Men book, which is also just in the earliest years of the 1800s. This, nope, not actually earliest years of the 1800s. It's the last years of the 1700s. This is a real thing. And when we open it, we see it says Mrs. Thurslow's book. There's a little card in here. Book of religious poems over 150 years old, even more than that now, I think. 1794, Catherine Adams, 1962. So this was from my mom's collection. Both my mom and my dad were interested in super old books. And this is what it looked like printing in the 1700s/1800s. Evangelic Poetry by Pelatiah Chapin in Hopkinton, and printed in Concord. So this is New England. (1794) is after American independence, but not by much. And we've got a preface. I mentioned on Blue Sky, the neat thing about this is during the invention of the S. So what we can see, or I'd be able to see it if my glasses were a little bit stronger or if I set this farther away. The motives which urge Christian devotion and the danger of treating them with neglect is evident to all who maintain a devout life, to whom every work appears great which belongs to the character of a true Christian. See, there's an F instead of an S, but there's also S's. This is like during the invention of the S in language and printing. And it's going on, doing its thing. For instance, here's an S to F, in all which he calls, with an S, him to do or suffer. That's going to be suffer, but that's F's instead of S's. The glory of the Redeemer revealed in the Gospel, no S there. And the refunds, why he would be praved, it's pronounced S, no doubt. But will possess the hearts of his friends. Friends ends in S. So it's fascinating. Like, I wouldn't have guessed this stuff. And we get into the poems in the middle of the book there. And this is some guy who wanted to write a book of poems, and he's one of those early Revolutionary era folks. I don't know anything else about this person, but my mom had his book. Presumably her mom or dad had the book, and now I have it. And it's because of me that it wasn't thrown in a dumpster, because look at it, right? This is the sort of thing where somebody would be like, yep, dumpster, clearly. But since we didn't, it's not the fanciest book in the world, but this is a little book of poetry somebody had printed. And I can read his little bit. Text XXX 1V. Sweet and celestial joys and beauties all divine are in the blessed Redeemer found and gloriously do shine. I bet he didn't know somebody would be saying his words 250 years later, because most people don't. This is not like, as far as I know, this is not a widely known book. I think this actually might be wood. It's like a pane of wood with paper on top of it. The F's were pronounced as S, long S. Yeah. Funnily enough, I have pieces of wood about this thickness. Pieces of mahogany, which this could easily be mahogany. So I'm going to go and put this back, and then we'll get to work properly. But I thought I would share that because the deal with these books is it's just interesting to me to look at previous eras of when technology was revolutionizing everything and being very different. This is a time when people began to do this. There were times when there were people who did this, but they were like monasteries or whatever. Martin Jepson, not today, because I'm looking to do Console X3, or at least begin with Console X3 today. But I do have some of the pieces on the dev laptop, and I've been able to build a sine synth, which is out of the audio unit structure. So, be right back. I get a little distracted by that stuff sometimes, but I can't really put it off. Rather than just only work on code, I need to also be doing like my being a human living life things that I sometimes do. And I have just bounced my windows around a little bit. So here we are looking at what I did before, namely Juice Windows and my notes. So I'm not going to show all of this screen, and that's only because there's an app-specific password in my notes that I would be also revealing. Beyond that, however, I've got a bunch of instructions that are pretty much fine. So that's a thing called Pamplejuice Notes. And we're going to begin walking through this process so I can get started, because I have the generic versions of the Console X3 plugins on this machine now. Hobbes, eh? Neat. Yeah, I have a set of books set aside that are all the very oldest ones. And some of the ones in the beginnings of the 19th century are ones that I put aside because I was like, neat, these are familiar words. Like I've got a couple of novels by Arthur Conan Doyle that are not Sherlock Holmes. I've got a novel by H.G. Wells that is not The Time Machine. and they are printings of these books, just in the regular marketplace in hardcover. And they showed up around 1910 or so, and they hung in there. I've also got a really old copy of Thoreau's Walden, although I don't think it's necessarily like, oh, it's a first printing or whatever. There's a fair bit of stuff. Like I have an early printing of Sigmund Freud's psychiatry book, the Change the World, another one of those Change the World books. There's just a lot in terms of like double-digit numbers of interesting books of various sorts. I am actively in the process of going and freezing the facsimile editions of the 1771 Encyclopedia Britannica. And that's neat, even though it was actually a 1971 printing, because it's these 3 big volumes and all the SSRFs in that one. That's like from way back. Again, 1771, so the book that I was just holding was about 20 years or so after that Britannica was put out. And it's just neat to see the sheer extent of, I've got books on astronomy and optics from back then as well. And it's wild to see these elaborate studies of spectroscopy, things like that. But then there's plates of the telescopes, and the telescopes are basically giant tubes from like the just about Middle Ages. They're really wild, crude-looking instruments that people were using in order to do these very elaborate things. And so they're mapping out the moon, and they're mapping out Mars and stuff, doing their level best to work out what they're seeing. But there's a lot of erudition in things like the wavelengths of light and stuff. And it's just, discovery continues. People keep on coming up with stuff. Meanwhile, in terms of coming up with stuff, I should also get moving on some of this. In particular, we're going to start walking through my process here and seeing what I can do about it. So first, let's go to my GitHub. Will very likely lead me to Sedora's GitHub. Just like this. In fact, I think this will... nope, that just links to the image. However, that's the documentation. And then if I can click this, see, it links to GitHub Sudora Pamplejuice Generate. That should make a use this template. And that's the first thing in my instructions. Now we're on Sedora's place, but it will fork it over to my place and make a new repo. Currently, he's still making everything in the base of my repo, or the base of my whole GitHub, because he never actually did the monorepo solution. It was not as obvious as it might be, perhaps. So my instructions say use template, and I'm going to need to spell out a name. And so therefore, we're going to make it be console X3 bus. And we're going to create the repo. We don't need to include all branches. The reason I'm not working from my own template repos is because it's on Sudara to keep this up to speed with what's being made. Whereas the ones that I've already used and put into my own place can conceivably go stale. Now, there's little routines that they run to try to update themselves, which also means that they can break themselves. Although if they do, and there are releases produced, that is not doing the releases over. So if I produce binaries this way, even if it breaks itself in future, it won't remove the binaries that have been made. It'll just be unable to make any further ones. That's what happened with Dark Meter. I was ready to do Dark Meter and was never able to make it build. I was able to build it locally. That's why it shows up on my Forbidden and my Patreon videos. But I was never able to make it build on the GitHub. And that's why it's interesting to find out whether my first attempt to build this will make something that builds, or whether maybe I'm out of luck and it's not going to make something that builds, because it's all a little over my pay grade as far as being able to fix all this GitHub continuous integration and running CMake scripts and all of that kind of stuff. Thankfully, I don't have to know those things, because there are people who do, and many of them have been put into a blender and spit out in the form of AI, which I don't use, but other people will, whether I like it or not. So as long as they're going to do that, they can deal with some of this stuff. Meanwhile, here we are. So we're also going to go to the eventual place. Oh, I've got a series of instructions that says git clone github airwindows gain.get, which is just an example. We're going to use gain for my example name because I know to look for gain as an example name. But then what we're going to do is a series of other operations. Let me actually make this so that I can have relevant things on screen. Or maybe don't mind me, I gotta read and figure stuff out. Here we have the next thing. Go to the eventual place for the repo. And we go to here. That's the eventual place for the repo. Git clone https github airwindows gain.get. Alrighty. I'm not sure how I felt that that didn't come out right. I felt it. And we could simply walk through this 3 times, or I could try to go all the way through it once and update anything in my instructions that seem to change. Might not be anything to change anyways, but that is something that we can do and have done. And next thing is editing git/config, because there's changes I've got to make there too. Now, this is assuming that I don't stumble across the changes having been incorporated. So I don't really quite know what I'm going to look into. I'm not sure I'm that fast of a typer. If I was pushing it, I could probably go faster than that. Comes of writing 1.5 million words of fan fiction. If you think I'm kidding, boy, have you got a surprise in store. Pico and space.git / ta-da! So what we're doing is changing the URL part to getgithub.com:/Airwindows-git. The rest of it's probably still the same. UR equals get at github.com. And that is a colon, and then Airwindows, and then the slash, and console x3 bus git. So Command O for write it, X, and we get out. Ah, Lordless, you know, somebody who knows. Hey, Zyrus, I will make more of them as fast as I can and no faster. So we're walking through the beginnings of console X3 today. And I'm going to see how much I can make happen. And that may mean starting with console X2 and changing it from there. Because that could be pretty straightforward. We shall see. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the instructions and stuff. And I do believe what I'm looking at now is a place where it says, when the guts of Pamperjuice breaks because something like CMake has changed versions, or if this changes by someone else who's resolved the failing build, and it's building on GitHub but your merge doesn't work, it can be because you've not used, and this is the next thing that I need to use here. In fact, I'm going to edit my notes and make sure there's a little space there so that it stands out. Because rather than just only being worried about when things have changed, I need to literally do these lines. Firstly, get poll origin main. That may or may not do anything. I'll have changed one thing. Okay. If something had changed, I'd need to do that. And then here's the thing that I definitely have to do. Submodule update. This is another thing that you do in these continuous integration workflows. What motivates me? I grew up, my life was basically saved by vinyl records. I got into progressive rock music and stuff. Your Pink Floyd, Yes, King Crimson, music that seemed to be really alive and interesting. And it was something to focus on. And then I lived through the 80s because I am like 58 years old and I'm getting really old. And that meant I was alive when CDs came out. I was alive when the 80s hit, and I was basically a young kid at the time. But all of a sudden, everything was brighter and flashier. And not always in a way that I liked. Sometimes it was very neat and exciting. Sometimes I could kind of give it a miss. And sometimes there were things like I got a vinyl record of David Bowie, and I had a bunch of David Bowie records. I have a bunch of David Bowie records, some of which I've even shown on streams and stuff, or videos and stuff. But there was this one that was like the Golden Years compilation, digitally remastered. It's a vinyl record, but it was digitally remastered. And I put it on and was completely horrified at how ruined the sound was. It sounded like ass. It's terrible. And there were a lot of things like that. There were a lot of things where the records, and I was playing these records on like a hi-fi tube amplifier into speakers I had built myself. I have a book on designing ultra high performance speakers that I had since I was like a teenager. And I was really, especially back in the day, I was trying to master how to do that kind of stuff better than anybody. And I didn't make that much progress in real terms, but I knew what I wanted to do. And I could tell when it was working because it was like you were there. And then this early digital stuff was like it was a horrible Casio reproduction of what was supposed to be there. It was thin as paper, shallow, and janky. And so I just hated it from the word go. And have spent the last 20 years or so making it so that digital recording is capable of making the sounds that I liked back in the day. And that's why I do a lot of the stuff that I do. And I hope this year to be recording music that hits the way the stuff I grew up on was like. Because these days, it's never been more potentially popular to be able to do that. It's never been more potentially popular to be able to do music that hits the way it used to, because it was simply a matter of engineering stuff correctly, I want to say. And you can have all kinds of engineering stuff correctly. Like Jimi Hendrix lived in the day when there was only a particular kind of sonic vibe, and it was the super late 60s, early 70s. They had Dolby. They had some noise. Yeah, I got to start out of spite for a shitty digital remaster of David Bowie. Yup, I would say that. And also there was the level of... I wrote for the magazine The Absolute Sound briefly, and like around 1988, 1989. They didn't pay me. They were like rich audiophile people, and so they didn't pay anybody. It just figures. But I wrote an essay for them on the experience of me and a college friend, Ned Parsons, who was living with me in Putney, Vermont at the time, an apartment that I was in. And we had this sort of balcony area with speakers, and it was a music listening place, and we were both Jethro Tull fanatics, and had like classic vinyl of, say, Aqualung. And a track from Aqualung, I think it was My God, came on the radio, but it was being played off of a CD. And I was like, that's kind of jank. And Ned, my roommate, in shock, was like, what happened? It's just a voice. And what he meant by that was we were used to having that album, Aqualung, but very much that song when Ian Anderson is like really hamming it up. He is emotive, let's just say. And on the vinyl, the peak energy of his sounds and the overtones of his voice project forth in such a way where it's pushing a lot more energy than it did in the remaster. And this would have been an early remaster, not even the ones that Stephen Wilson did. And I'm not a fan of the ones that Stephen Wilson does. But even so, and the one he probably did better than the first CD versions. But we listened to it, and then we put on the vinyl record, and were, again, returned to 1971, and being in the physical presence of this guy who was pouring his soul out into this record. And so I wrote an article for the Absolute Sound that got published. It was 1968. I didn't actually get to live through that time, but when I was in college as a kid discovering things like music, I was able to raid the record stores. And like old hippies in Northampton or whatever were like selling their records off to buy drugs or whatever they were doing. And I was too at the time. I had to give it up because I was way too into that. But I was able to pick up a whole bunch of stuff that was old records even back then, sometimes kind of shabby. It was not necessarily all in good condition, but I was able to build a collection, much of which I hung on to thanks to another roommate, Sean Hennessy, and his mother. When I became homeless, and Sean bailed out of there, and I couldn't keep the place open, his mother let me leave stuff in her basement when I went to Brattleboro into the homeless shelter. And that's why I have some of that stuff today. It's because people who were kind and were able to look after. It's not like they were looking after like my books from 1800 that I have now. That was still in my parents' house. But at the time, I was able to preserve part of my ginormous record collection by doing that. And then I was able to get it back eventually and still have some of that stuff to this day, including the Jethro Tull collection that was part of that story, where I wrote a article for the Absolute Sound. Hey, Grants. Doing all right. We're starting the Console X3 build. And so I have now, it's time to do Git submodule update. But yeah, so that's part of the old Airwindows history. It's what Chris did as a lad. Git submodule update. And we are in the process of seeing whether this will in fact work. It's loading all of its stuff in, including all the most recent versions of Juice, because it's gonna, unless I go to the trouble of making it do something else. And that's because I'm dependent upon people who have developed these kinds of systems. And that is also why when I'm doing stuff like this, I'm probably stuck using current versions of things. And that's why I continue to make the standalone plugins, the ones that don't have GUI to them, because those get to support things where what I'm building now will follow a path of eventually abandoning people, to the extent that it has to, because Sudara is making Pample Juice for being able to support people doing GUI things like this. And again, one more thing. B G Xcode. That should make it build a thing. And we will see. And in fact, we're sitting there staring at it. It'll be quite something if it like fails to do any of this. I'll be a little stuck. I'll have to go and do something else. But looks like we're moving. It would be funny if I get this going and then it's like, oh, it's taken such a long time, I can go and make my other cup of coffee. Because it's getting close to noon, I can make one more cup of coffee before I should lay off for the day. And we have our first builds. So we get to quit out of terminal now. And here is the beginnings of our first thing. So what I'm looking at now is begin CMake lists and setup section. We have a CMake lists text. This is the first thing that I got to do some work on. Can probably show all of this because this just ends up being publicly available in the GitHub repository. So we've got a project name and a product name. They are not the same thing. So I can't just delete one of these. Project name is going to be the name of my project. And then likewise here. I have a warning in my instructions that says, it's not the same thing, do not delete one of these just because it looks like you've done it twice. And yeah, well spoken. Company name, Airwindows. Bundle ID. Well, COM, Airwindows, and plugin name. So bada boom. And then formats, I guess we're going to leave alone. It always makes standalone and it doesn't do anything. I just leave it because it's like, let's not fool with this. I have not yet done Helios console. And yes, it is interesting. The process of doing this kind of thing is moving in the direction of being able to lean into stuff like that going forwards. That said, it could run much faster if people were like setting me up with the tools that I needed. But ain't nobody required to do that, so I'm lucky I have what I've got. OS. Okay, fair enough. Yep, there we go. So this is also the time that I dig up the other code. What do I mean by other code? Here's a folder, and here's desktop. We're going to be bringing this stuff into the new plugin. Oh, alrighty. You go and do that, Chad. My life even has included things like that occasionally. They didn't stay. But all the more support for those who are still with all of that. Now, this is not mentioning formats clap, and that's frustrating, but we'll see. I feel like the extensions that I'm adding here, I'm going to have to check and make sure. And yeah, Console X2 is good, but I talked about this in a recent plugin, a recent record video, where Console X2 turned out to be the kind of thing where I could make stuff like back in the high life, where you could do that SSL styley thing of really reinventing a sound and highlighting all of the sonic detail that you could possibly want in a way that was very controllable, but it didn't necessarily make things sound like themselves. And the catch with that is, if you've got technology that's able to make spectacular noises, but it doesn't make things sound like themselves, you'll do a really good job of making spectacular noises. And granted, I've also improved the compression, but when it came to it, I instinctively sort of bounced off of Console X2 as soon as I'd done it. Started doing work with it. I did some stuff like the jams that I was doing of Bastel Castle techno and stuff. And upon immediately starting to do those things, something about them just caused me to bounce off, and I realized I wasn't done. I didn't know why, but I knew that I had more to do. So let's see. Farther into the CMake file, replace plugin manufacturer code. Let's go and find that now. Yeah, and I don't believe you add clap to these formats to get that stuff to work. It should be working, but I guess we'll find out one way or another. This is Sudara stuff. Sudara's working with Juice itself at this time. He's been arranging for people to do like little essays on how they use Juice. He asked me to do that, and I declined because I was like, dude, I'm not using Juice, I'm using Pample Juice. I'm completely dependent upon your thing. So I have no business putting myself forward as like, I am a Juice programmer. I don't know about any of these things. Hey, Brooksilic. And we do have a comment for add clap format. Lovely. That's already built in. It also is adding the melatonin inspector, which I technically shouldn't need to, but it's not going to do any harm to be there for now. What I'm currently doing is finding where we start putting custom stuff in here. Here we go. This is the bit I was looking for. It says replace plugin manufacturer code with mine. This happens to be mine. Who would have guessed, right? That my manufacturer code is dither? Of course it is. That's been the case for years, many, many years. And then plugin code is where I need to dig this stuff up, because we're going to use the same code that I use for the standalone. Although it's probably also worth me checking. That's not how to do it. There we go. There's a window. And that's just screwed everything up. We'll step back out of this just for a moment in order to look at the CMake lists of this, which I've already done. And I think I see what I was up to. So we're going to go and check this now. I believe for the GUI versions, I'm using exactly the same code, but I'm capitalizing the first letter. It also says it must have at least one uppercase character, so that is a change, but this should make a distinct different code from the standalone ones. Meanwhile, here was what we're doing for the standalone one. As you can see, that's a lowercase c. Now, we've got something in here which says it has to have a, in my instructions, it says my unique 4-character plugin IDs are lowercase, so in Juice capitalized what the original one was. And that will also create an ID unique from what the retro generic one was. All of this is good and correct. So it's CX3B today. And we got there. And then I believe this is going to automatic, when it says a dollar sign and then these brackets and stuff, it's auto-filling in something. So we don't actually have to change that. And we've got stuff having to do with the ClapJuice extension, so there's that. So this is a warning sign, but I'm fine with it because anywhere I would be doing like transcendental functions or sign or whatever and having it do some form of hacky thing that's an interpolation or whatever, when it really counts, what I do is do it up longhand. Which name? And again, there is a YouTube channel out there with a song that I did from a bunch of years ago that does have a bridge that is wrapped. I don't think it did it very well. I got to work on being able to express things in ways that I would express them. So let's see. This should be fine. I'm looking for where you can set preprocessor definitions, and then there's the splash screen one. There it is. And we get to uncomment this because we're releasing under GPL3, because that's what the Pampa Juice has built into it. And I think we've gotten to the end of stuff that I have. Oh, nope. Juice plugin name. And I don't know if that's in my instructions. Let's add it to my instructions. Oh, and there's a little more on top of that. Oh, actually, no, that's already in my instructions. Replace product name without version. Here's product name without version. Replaced. Now back out to terminal. You got to build the Mac Xcode project before finishing the clap extensions. That may or may not be true anymore. We'll see. But I think there's still a couple of things that I can do here. I'm not sure whether this is gonna, like, did we already do this? It said this. I think I've already run this. Let's find out. Oh, okay, never mind. I should go back to the original repo. There. So it says you have to build the Xcode project before finishing the clap extensions, yet I have already, I think, done that, and we don't have anything further on finishing the clap extension, so maybe this is redundant. It didn't do anything. And then it says do this again, but I think I've already done it. Ran quicker that time, anyhow. We'll move this over to the side for now. And let's see. In the tests folder, hi, there's a tests folder. There is plugin basics CPP, and it contains a Pamplejuice demo that must be changed to the name of the plugin. Alrighty then. Here it is, and here it is. All of this is Pamplejuice stuff. I don't know enough to tell whether I can get away with shutting it off or not, but we do need to change it to the name of the plugin. It doesn't automatically do that for me. And we can do that. Then in packaging DMG JSON, there's multiple references to Pamplejuice demo that must be changed to the name of the plugin. So I don't think we have anything in helpers that matters. Let's have a quick look at what was in there. Don't know. I don't see anything having to do with Pamplejuice demo, so we're probably fine there. Then packaging. Packaging, I believe it was resources. No, DMG JSON. So we're going to open that with the text editor. I'm not sure this solves the problem with a clap. In fact, I have a feeling that I can bring this up to speed by copying what I did in X2Bus. So let's see. Packaging. And DMG JSON. So this is what I had in console X2. Yep, that is actually the same. I think what ended up happening is it does clap, but it's not putting it nicely in the list because it hasn't been brought up to speed because Sudara has not completely integrated all of this, or at least not in a way that I consider to be appropriate. But for what it's worth, these are the, let's see whether anything changed. Contents. Yep. Looks like I can straight up take, I could take all of this, or I can simply take this. Paste that in there, change it to 3, and I'm good to go. None of the other things changed at all. And I'd like to also see the clap stuff in here, but apparently Sodara hasn't got that taken care of yet. Anywho. And I allow it to display a bunch of Pamplejuice livery because I depend upon Pamplejuice to be able to do this at all. So I'm actively advertising the framework and flagging it, which is also motivation for Sodara. Like if it slips and stops working properly, that's motivation for him to fix it because I'm advertising it very aggressively, making sure people know what he's doing. If he keeps it working, I get to use it, but then so do other people. And see make lists and setup section. This might also be the take a brief break and go and make the final cup of coffee section. It's not unthinkable. What do we got in builds? Hey, looky there. I believe I get to straight up just run this. And if I remember correctly, I don't have that much in the way of notes on this stuff. I think what we do to get this working, and I'll build this, I'll make more notes for myself. If I remember correctly, I have to set this up to be set to build all. And I could do AU or standalone or VST3. I think there's supposed to be support for building like iPad versions of these things, and have never gotten it to work. I don't think it really does. Pamplejuice supposedly supports that. And also clap isn't built into Console X3 Bus All. But these are things that I would object to. And if it's able to work without them, then I gotta just let it slide. I don't have the ability to work on this project in this way. Also, we're gonna make it be any Mac. I don't know whether that means it's going to be building for Intel. I don't actually see that mentioned in there. But we can see whether it builds just straight out of the box, which means it won't be doing anything yet. Let's run a build and see what happens. I've not updated anything yet. The rest of today is going to be possibly going through this process 2 more times, but then also copying over the stuff that we need. And it claims that the build has succeeded. If that's true, I can run Twisted Wave. I have recently done another study using Airwindows Meter, and I have a historic track to perhaps include in one of the stuff. I'm not exactly sure which to use because it's like I could do it in Forbidden, except it's not Forbidden. And I could do it, where do I have my new vinyl, is it? No. Streaming. There we go, stream audio. What we'll do is we'll load up something older. I keep doing dragons. People seem to enjoy that fairly well. We'll open up a stack of those. And then what I can do is open up my video making format and go and make my coffee and take a brief pit stop while playing this. But what we can do right now is see what it made. Audio units. It's also going to make VST effects. Oh, it has to refresh the list, which we're not going to bother doing right now, but it should be able to do this. So we've got two instances of console X3 bus. The first one is the generic. So let's try the second one. Oh. So that's probably the new version. You know what? I'm going to briefly have a look at some of these things. Do we have clap? I don't think we do. VS3 effects. I should be able to overhaul that, and we'll see whether it's able to work or whether I actually have to put code in to make it do anything. It's possible that this is just a, oh, and we need to skip that because it hung. I think that was TX16 or something. Maybe I can deal with that now. So VST3 effects. Here's our first example. Will this load or will it not? Boom. That's what we just built. It might not be showing the audio unit properly, but this is what you get when you make pample juice from scratch before having done anything at all. And the melatonin inspector, that is the thing where it's showing how the UI works. So it's representing things like what this button is. There's a FPS meter up here. There's labels in here somewhere. I think this is probably just the hello from console X3 bus is just showing up in the window. It's not a control. The button is a control. And at least in VST3 form, it worked. So now let's move on to, I'm going to go off and make myself my third cup of coffee for the day. And yeah, we're going to run around making this all work. I might want to just walk through all of these cumbersome things for each version and then sort of get everything set up and start going through it. All of the interface is going to be the same for each version this time. Oh, also, let's see, I have to run. I clicked on focus by mistake. I love how there is a driving control on the desktop. I'll drive my house around a bit. How about? I need to set this to SWB audio capture so that you'll hear it. And then switch this over so I can hear it. Or change it so that I can just barely hear it. Because the microphone will still interact with it. Boom, okay. And we're going to do Bone Dragon, Chrome, Earth, Fire, Ice, and Rain Dragon finally. And I'll probably have finished with all my coffee making by then. Back in a bit. Until then, I will leave you with a little glimpse of 1999 dragons before any of the versions that I made CDs out of or any of the other. And I should probably put this up on Bandcamp. Except for what I want to do is get a hold of a ADAT so that I can capture these things and do a whole remix thing. Because now, with building Console X3, I'll finally have a way that I can beat what I did with this, which no previous version ever really had that going on, but I think this will. But here's what I had in 1999, doing a analog passive resistance mix off of the ADAT's outputs itself. coffee. I got some water. It's actually warm water. And we are ready to continue. So we'll quit out of there. And next order of business is let's get console X3 bus to be something that builds and makes a console plugin. Although what I'm thinking is, since everything is altered and adapted so much, I'm going to start with console X2 bus and then we're going to modify it from there. Or we could start from console X2 channel and modify it from there. Like the question there becomes, how many controls do we have? And that is a fair question. Technically, we've got 21 controls for every one of the console X3 builds. Now, if we go to this, we've only got 11 controls in console X2 bus. Now we've got 18 controls in console X2 channel. That's closer. $18 in channel, huh? How many in pre? 17. Okay, so these ones are all different, but X3, they're going to be all the same. And that's because with Dynamics 3, now we get to use the same compressor / whatever on the bus as we do on the channels, because it'll cover all those bases. An updated version of the bus compressor from console X2 is coming. I've built one of those. It's just that we're not using it in the new one. So it's gonna be console X2 channel I work from here. So what that means is I'm looking to make some of these things be similar to each other. And I think we're probably, the next thing in Pample Juice notes, I've made a note for myself and haven't done a damn thing about it. What am I doing there? Well, if I don't remember what I was going to do, we're not going to change notes to do it. The thing following that is duplicate the processing block and add the support code each time, namely copy over the audio code from the real version of the plugin to the template that we are now building. And then GitHub CI code signing section, which remains off screen because there is a local notarization password for an app-specific password that I'm not showing on screen. Also, there's nothing really to be gained from showing off my Apple developer ID. I don't think it can do any harm, but we're not going there. And then my instructions for things. And then a section at the very end saying for Sudara, which mentions the changes that I had to make to tests and packaging and then following the instructions by Sudara, you can do that, but then there are some changes where it said installer rather than install. And I think he probably updated that. I'll find out, but I think he probably updated that. And then there is a Xcode preference as accounts. That might be true for current versions of Xcode, but mine, it isn't. And then there was an issue where Pampers didn't have write access to the repo, which that's another thing that I can fix. And on the workflow file, that may also be fixed, I don't know. But I ran into some problems finishing up console X2 and made note of everything that I had to do in order to get it to work. So we can close out of Pampers notes now and move on to what we're doing in here. Here's a couple of windows that I'm going to put side to side. And what I'm going to do is make these be the same, figure out what I need to do in order to have them go along. And I can already see where I got to bring something into here. But the first thing I'm going to check is whether I'm missing big obvious things, such as if I just copy these over, there would be places that say console X2 channel and it wouldn't build. So we're going to go back into BBEdit, which is the thing that I can use that can compare stuff with stuff. And I do get to drag this over directly. Option drag to copy it. It's going to want to have one of these. Then I need to do the plugin processor and the plugin editor for each of these things. Well, plugin processor is at the top, so let's do that one first. Processor H. Here's the X3 bus. Here is the X2 channel. And we're going to continue to amend that as see fit, but firstly, find differences to front windows. There are many, many differences. Why do we have a change here? But we do. So that would have changed somehow. All right. See you later, Grins. I'll still be here until 5. I'm going to try not to go over 5, but we're going to be here until 5. So that's curious. I'm just ogling this and seeing what's going to need to be changed in order to make this work properly. I know I'm not going to need that DSC buff. I suspect I'm not going to need a lot of those blinking lights. This might not be a blinking light heavy build. I could go with not having blinking lights on this one. Although it's a bit of a shame. Like, blinking lights are kind of cool in a sense, because when you have them, you get to customize how they look. And I do like that, but I also like the idea of having it be a lot more... I like the idea of maybe doing something else with it. Let's see, if we go all the way to the bottom here, here's all of our code for the current instance of this. And then all that gets fit in here. So I could simply look, so the part that I don't understand, why do we not have parameter value changed? What's it supposed to do instead? Is it supposed to do something instead? I feel like we need to have value changed parameters in order to be able to take in things that are done. So maybe what I'm looking at is simply that the template has no controls in it. And in order to manipulate controls in any way, it would need to have these parameters that aren't being represented. And parameter value changed clearly is part of the class audio processor parameter listener. So the fact that we've got audio processor and it's correct for the current, as far as I know it's correct, maybe that's what was causing the problem. The fact that we have this as default Pample Juice probably means nothing with regard to does it want me to not include these other things? I'm also looking it over for another reason. I want to see if this has anything to do with console X3 bus or console X2 channel. And I might do that and then look at all the other ones while I'm at it, because I may simply be able to drop all of this code. I might be able to straight up just drop it into the destination folder, replacing what was there before. Because what I'm looking for is places where it says console X2 channel in this code, and I don't see it. And if it doesn't say that in the code, then the replacement would work just as well as the original. I can just throw this away and have this in there instead. So that was the H file. Let's see what we're looking at with the processor file. Same deal. And the H file was also a processor file, but this is the CPP file. Again, we'll do a find differences in the front two windows. So we've got definitions of MPI and MPI2 if not defined. That seems legit, no problem there. We are doing plug-in processor, audio processor, buses properties, but nowhere does that say console X3, X2 channel either. It's plugging in get name and stuff. We have slightly rearranged. Let me move this a little bit. There, we have slightly rearranged the configuration of some of this in that the default setting has a carriage return in here, but this is run straight across, presumably for the purpose of me being able to understand it better. I just wanted it laid out like this. This bit is the same. And then here, everything we see here is simply defining default settings of things. So that is functional, but it is not referring to console x2 channel or bus or anything like that. The process block stays the same. I've added these things. They don't really match up very nicely, unless maybe I make them. See, here's all this default stuff, and then this goes here, but does it line them up? Yes, okay, good. So if I click on this thing down here, it will at least show me what's supposed to be there. So we're doing get name. In my version, I've scrunched it together into a single line. I consider it to be boilerplate, so I want it to take up as little space as possible. And here's where we have gesture changed. Here's where I put in supports double precision processing. And so I'm hard coding it. That goes there. I've tightened up a space between those lines there. I've tightened up all of that stuff because I considered it boilerplate, and we're returning some of these things, but I've left out some comment, say in have getnum programs return 1, even if you're not implementing it, and I'm not. So that's a Sudara observation, and I've just rolled it into templates. I've rolled it into default, so it just automatically says this and that and thus and so. Sudara stuff apparently knows how to do tail length for VSTs and claps and audio units, which is more than I know, but yay for him then. And then plugin processor, prepare to play. And release resources. Which I don't do. And that's just all rolled together. Still not seeing anything in the way of the name of the plugin. It all sits in source. And template code, metering code, we only support stereo. So there is that. That commented out stuff. We've got that there. I feel like maybe that might be a form of commenting things out. This is, in C, this is really the way you comment things out. Ooh, no, I bet it's not. I don't think that's commenting things out. I think that's macros. That's C preprocessor stuff. And it's doing an if statement based on whether is MIDI effect has been declared or not. Which it won't be, because this is not a MIDI effect. Nor is it a synth. And now we're finally on to the plugin processor process block. Check it out. It also does not say anything about console x2 channel. It looks very much like I'm going to be able to bring over the literally everything and then just modify it. And then I can run through the same process to do the other variations of Console X3. So if everything goes well, I might have this finished by the end of the day, without even needing to make more coffee. Coffee is delicious, though, I must say. I'm using that masala that I made. If you put stuff in coffee like cinnamon, and I've gone for like at least a year or so putting some cinnamon and cayenne in my coffee when I feel like it. Well, it turns out, if you like cinnamon in your coffee, you can also get garam masala and just add cinnamon to that, and it's just as good or perhaps even better. You have to add the cinnamon to it, though, because otherwise it is too heavily weighted on the other masala spices, such as cloves, which are good as a balance, but aren't very good when it just predominates. Anywho, process block. Here is where we are putting stuff in. That is actually, that went on top of Has Editor, so that's why I deleted it. Instead, we've got just a line there. And then we've got another line there for some reason. We've got get state information. You can do crazy stuff. Don't let me stop you. However, bus colors does not take a decode. Bus colors stands alone. It doesn't have a console version built into it. It's nothing but a tone coloring thing. So you wouldn't be doing that. Oh, you're addicted to maple syrup and coffee. You and Steve Albini used to be really into that back in the day. Which is not that long ago, honestly. Steve Albini was around for quite some time. We keep losing him, man. Steve Albini, the other day, Clive Davis, famous mega producer of like Columbia, he passed away. But yeah, we lost Steve Albini, but he was the guy who was really into fluffy coffee. And fluffy coffee is basically like make espresso and then cut it with like frothed milk and maple syrup in large quantity until it is so sweet that you treat it like milkshakes and just drink infinite quantities of it and then just continue drinking them. I guess this was part of, if you're not going to be on the booze and drugs diet, I guess that's one way to work it around. It might have contributed to his death, but then the amount of stress that man lived under probably also did. So you can't just chalk it up to the fluffy coffees. But he was a proper good addict in his day, because he was like, there is no such thing as too many fluffy coffees. And each of them were like a couple of espresso shots. So yeah, technically there is such a thing as too many fluffy coffees. But yeah, he would put maple syrup in. I'm using stevia in mine because I can't just go for sugar products all the time. I gotta watch my weight for the benefit of my doctor and myself. Doctor wants me not to go in the direction of having diabetes, and I can not but agree. That's why I've gone to the trouble of figuring out how to make water be good. Learning to drink water. When they say hydrated, they do not mean gin, they do not mean coffee, or even tea. People say hydrated and they mean water. Anywho, this is looking really positive. Get state information is how we set all the parameters appropriately, as is set state information. And these are the things that I learned when I released Console X, the original version, and it didn't remember any of the settings. I believe it was Bacon Paul that helped me with that one. I went, oh my God, what the hell? What happened? That said, I should be updating these bits of code here when I finally build in the final version. So it's time to look that up. Hey, Mendeley. I'm not sure how many everyone is even here, but those who are here, you get to watch Console X3 take its form. I'm going to build, firstly, the original Console X3, and then I'm going to run the variations. Fair. But yeah. Okay, so that stuff I need to update, not because it won't work. I believe the very first version used the same attribute here every single time. But what I'd like to do is have the settings, and I believe I updated this for Console X2. Rather than having each of these use exactly the same string, I had them do C, B, and P for each individual plugin. And that made me happier, because the original Console X worked, but it was using the same code for every single instance, regardless of whether they were channel or pre or whatever. It worked, but it wasn't what I really intended. And then here we have a big old space for, I guess, whatever's there. And lastly, here's where the final process block lives. Now, where do I tell whether it is double or float? Maybe I've got both of them built in here. Yeah, I bet I do. I bet this goes at the end. And it's just everything. So right at the end, we add after all of this, because I put the processing code after everything, and it's most of the file at this stage. Here's processing code. And then here's the double. There we go, yep. So there's the double processor, and it's overloading process block. If you call process block with float, it'll give you the float version. If you call process block with doubles, this is the one that it goes to. I'm trying to think, is that like polymorphism in object-oriented programming? I'm not sure. Point being, it's able to do this. Not only that, scroll up to here, and looky there, nowhere does it say it's Console X2 channel, or Console X3 bus, or any of that. So unless I miss my guess, I can actually just copy all these files over directly, and it should build. It'll just be building the wrong plugin. But that's for me to do and then find out. Here's the file. Let's do a quick little find and see whether we can even find anything. It's going to be Console X2. Let's see whether we can find any reference to the plugin that it's in. Only in the tag name stuff. Only those two places. And it's get and set. So what I got to do is change that stuff to what it needs to be. But technically it would work just fine without it. And that makes me wonder whether I might enjoy having it not do custom versions. In other words, the string it uses could simply be XML element console x3 each time, and then AWCX3 without a reference to what kind of plugin it is, on the assumption that it's going to be going by instance. Also, all the parameters are going to be the same for each one of these, so there no longer is a meaningful difference between channel, pre, and bus as far as the controls are concerned. Oh, this is a Airwindows console plugin. You can look up Airwindows Console X2 on YouTube and find my release videos for what the one I'm copying from is, because I'm going to take that and then update it to go with the newest version, which involves changing all the audio code. Yeah, looks very much like I can just do the thing. What thing am I referring to? This thing. Here's Console X2 channel, which is not quite up to speed with what I wanted to do, but if we hold down Option and drag it over to here, replace, 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 replace. So here's our current version. And looks like I gotta launch this again to do it. I think it might be well for me to clean build folder. Having done that, we're going to hit build again and see what we get. And it's probably going to build all of that just fine. Oh, I remember it does this. See where it says canceled? It likes me to run the build twice. I don't know why. Oh, interesting. We had a problem. No member named color. Interesting. Did we change the name? Apparently not. Huh. Well, let's see. It's going to be web searching for this, I bet. Firstly, do we have some form of autocomplete? We don't have color, but what we're seeing here is that it thinks there's a color ARGB. Ah. Okay, so it's still giving problems. Do we have something we can make out of this? There was some kind of instruction there. This has stopped making any useful sense. That's not good. Yeah, we're not seeing anything useful here anymore. So when I did this, it gave me some instructions. That's probably telling me what I need to do in order to make it work. Problem being, the instructions run out of space in the window and stop telling me what it was I needed to know. You can pass it to the constructor of color, It's possible that I can do web searching on this, perhaps in the Juice forums, and it'll tell me what I needed to know. Let's also see whether we can resize this. No? Alrighty. So it says you can pass this to the constructor of color to create a. Wonderful, helpful. Looks like I am going to need to do some web searching to even get any of this to build. However, the fact that it does have color ARGB, so pass this to the constructor of color. Maybe it's like in the Godot world where I can put another dot on after that, and then auto opt can become not simply color ARGB, but something else on top of that. Value. So a bunch of that stuff I'm going to say no. If I do has value, that's going to make it a Boolean. It'll pass a Boolean, which is not actually useful. So that's passing an unsigned int, whereas color ARGB is constructed out of something. Now if I pull it back to color ARGB, opt has value works, but it's not able to work from this. So color constructor, well, that ain't going to work. However, when we say color constructor, host track color could equal something like this, but we're passing an ARGB, which is this auto that's being produced. So I don't even know what the hell actually I do know what format is. It's an unsigned int, but it's supposed to be trying to generate an unsigned int from out of this, but find color is not actually going to be correct because it's looking for a color that's been registered with an ID number, but what we're passing is a thing that's a RGB with a transparency built in. This is what we're trying to set it to. That's a bool. That's a void. So basically what we're looking to do, set color is setting it by ID. But what we're trying to do is find the color ARGB and adapt it to something. Well, how about we, assuming we have that, what if we, no. Okay, how about if we capitalize again? No, that apparently is not a thing. Okay, none of these things are actually able to do what I was looking to do. But we're trying to make a color and then attach it to this, and then run with that. So I'm going to have to go searching in JUICE documentation. We'll do that. You get stuck in things like this. You wind up trying to do something fairly straightforward, and then the next thing you know, there's a huge problem with them just dicking around with their language for things. I did this like less than a year ago, and it's already broken. Pixel ARGB object. Interesting. And now I can't find the... There it is. Huh? Nope, doesn't know what that is. This is apparently a kind of thing, but it shouldn't be. Ooh, okay, interesting. uint32. Well, that's what I was getting. All right, okay, so okay, we didn't get anywhere with this. So what's going on is if we do this, we are returning a uint32. And the uint32 has all of the RGB levels encoded into it. It says you can pass this to the constructor of color and then doesn't say how. Nor is there any way to scroll it so that you can see what it was trying to say. So that is the kind of helpful that I'm used to from the computer industry. But this is at least the thing. It's just that we can't do a viable overloaded equals because we're passing the value of an int. And formerly, you could do track properties color, and it turned opt into a color. So we need to turn opt into a color. Let's see whether... Okay, these are the options for setting this up, but I'm not sure that's how you go about doing that. Ah, okay, nope, that is what I wanted to do. Juice color. Ooh, looky here. Okay. That's probably it. And then we'd be referring to this way. So that asterisk is going to be about if opt has value, then deliver the contents of opt and then rather than that being there, it has to go through this. Haha. So that was a useless little pile of mess, but I think it worked. And then we've got some unused parameters. Those are fine because we're not doing anything with those. We've got an unused parameter style. That's also fine. And I remember it was talking about how Ed shadowed the field of idle timer and then also overrides a destructor, but it's not marked override. And it complained about those things, but then it was fine. Meanwhile, we've solved this. So now we see whether it builds. Let's save, and having gotten this far, let's see if we build. See, it's still complaining about the same things. Oh, we apparently have a version where that flag doesn't matter. We got a build succeeded. And this version of the build and make system involves copying it directly into where it belongs. What that means is I can open this up and then go for VST3 effects console X3 bus. And what we have instead of console X3 bus is a fully functioning version of console X2 channel. And that's the same thing I was talking about, how X2 is very cool in its way, but the Smoothie Q2 that I did, I'm not entirely happy with because it has the ability to turn things into like frequencies and sounds. But it's taking them away. From what they are. So it turns things into sounds, but they sound less like themselves. But then that's why we're going to be overhauling the whole thing. However, as far as this much goes, oh, hi, interesting. What's going on there? How about we use this? There we go. As far as this goes, apparently in this version of Twisted Wave, it wasn't updating. But all of this is up and running. Now there's a whole bunch of work to do before I'm done with this. But, which kind of implies that honestly I'm not as done as I thought. But that's as maybe. I've got some notes and things too. These are the notes I can refer to today and also Thursday, if it takes me until Thursday, to get this design up and running. The idea is that I could have stuff like this, and who knows, maybe I'd like to implement a LED blinking light that simply shows which stages are on or not. Yeah, this is the previous version. We got it built, got the previous version built. It's going to be a slower go doing the rest of it, but it should also be fairly straightforward. And yeah, I've been making these notes for what needed to go where. Ways in which maybe I can arrange the compression and stuff. Like, for instance, here's a possible layout where I could have the compression be made up of knobs rather than sliders. And you could have a big threshold knob, attack and release, and then a ratio knob centered underneath both of them. And I could totally do that and make it work. And then I have a layout for... Ooh, I've got some extra stuff to do there, though. So we can at least get started with this. Yeah, well, I'm going to have extra knobs for some of this stuff. Like, I've got a concept for pan knob being in a separate place from fader rather than over fader. That would make fader be a larger knob, the largest one of the lot. And then this could be knobs rather than sliders. But then I have an area that I was considering to be the saturation, high pass, low pass, and pan, much like the compression area could be compression, attack, release, and ratio. But I have two more controls to include. I have the high pass and the low pass ratio, effectively, number of poles. It defaults to the poles. And yeah, fair. I mean, I'm not saying I have to stop using the sliders for comp. It does make them visually different, and nothing is stopping me from just leaving it that way. It won't be all full of blinking lights this time, I don't think, but it could easily be still that. Anywho, we can quit out of here now. And consider some of these things. Interesting. Where'd this come from? That's going to be part of Pamplejuice's default stuff. I'm going to say, let's close these things and start opening them in here. Or I wonder whether I'd rather work on that in there or whether I'd rather work on that in BB Edit. Because here's the thing, I can quit out of there and then do some of this preliminary work in BB Edit. I've got a lot of tinkering to do. And I figure I can at least get started on this stuff. Hopefully with it still being in a buildable state, but I guess we'll find out. And then move on from there. And I'll throw on some music and take another pit stop before terribly long. Having just drunk lots of coffee, of course. And then we'll burn on through to the end of the day and see whether we can get this up and running. If I can, then making 3 versions of it is relatively trivial. Let's start by opening up another folder. I feel like maybe working from the VST is the best move here. There's too many similarities between them. So X3 bus is what I'm trying to produce. We'll start with the H file, and this is going to show me some of the stuff that I'm going to try to adapt. And then over here, some of these things, like here's the controls H file. So the linear slider and rotary slider, those are the current version of that. And it's definitely fine as it is. I am tempted to not soft wrap. So this stuff is fine, but then we're going to have one of these revert to the original Airwindows meter. But not completely, because there's other things that are going to... I'm going to have to devise a new form of Airwindows meter for this, which is cool. I mean, nothing wrong with that. In fact, reference to display height is about correct. A bunch of these things get overridden. A bunch of these things are correct. And we're going to lose some of this stuff. I'm warming to the idea of not running hog wild with the blinking lights. I'd like it to be a little bit more old school than that, which I get to do because I'm doing this, and the other version is still going to be out there and available to people if they prefer it. I don't think this requires any changes until I start updating that meter, and that's not the first thing to do. So we're looking at X3 bus H. That's got parameter names. Probably we're going to start seeing that stuff showing up in plugin editor H. Sure enough. And here's where we see what each of these parameters are. And then just below there we have the declarations of things. That's going to be in a separate place. But for now I can look for wherever it says this, and then we're going to make these become relevant. But they have to be in order, because when they weren't in order it broke. So it's got to be in order. However, that's pretty straightforward. It's going to require this. Those are all the same. Threshold attack release, and then instead of gate we have ratio. That was easily changed. Except for we're labeling it in wet, because it's technically also a ratio, but this is the one that does the expansion. So we're going to use the same language that was used in Dynamics 3. And then we've got low pass and high pass, and those are the only changes. So we're going to fit those in like this. And then look over here. Well, maybe not here. No, definitely not here. It's going to be looking over here. To find what we named everything. Oh, also, we renamed trim to input. That's doable. Because it is. It's at the very beginning of everything. Then input. Oh, look, we have something just after ratio. And that's actually a moving of another thing. So let's not have that be there. But it's smooth trim and then the EQs immediately. So this actually gets moved down to in front of the low pass and high pass. Lovely. And then low pass Q. And high pass Q. And now everything matches. Technically, I can put in spaces to better sort out how this works, and I think I will. Oh, and we'll call that threshold. And now it's arranged in such a way that down to the spaces, it says the same things that the other one says. So we're good for that. And we're going to end up without this Inspect the UI button. It doesn't actually show up. I'll not worry about that right at the moment. I'm considering the idea of building in a Airwindows UI look for it this time by way of including a texture, maybe figuring out how to build the texture into the code, but then it can be overridden with other textures or colors or anything if you use Airwindow globals. So let's see, that was what? That was editor H. Therefore, next thing to do is editor CPP, which will have another batch of changes. So this is currently working, but we've got adjustments to make. Namely, more knob needs to go down here. Smooth, followed by trim. Let's put in the spaces as well. Interesting that we're setting these all to slider rotary. Maybe my horizontal sliders are actually rotaries secretly. Anyways. I may be able to do this more conveniently once I finish with this one. Ratio once. And then let's see. Low pass and high pass have Q on them, and then pan and fade on the bottom. And the rest of these are just echoing what that behavior is. So technically what I could do is I can probably tighten up these spaces. I shouldn't need all of this. As long as I've got, ratio correctly represented, all the EQs are going to be the same as before. Smooth and trim, everything has to be in the correct order as near as I can tell, because I've had them out of order before and it didn't work. And then I can do this. Actually, you know what? I can, no, wait, no. Fader is the one in the end. So what I can do is copy everything down to fader and then use that as my template. And then it becomes a bunch of tedious clicking. But that didn't hurt anybody. Ooh, actually, let's see. Hang on. I can do this with a sequence of keystrokes. Copy that. Got there. And same deal for these guys. And also the other ones. It certainly saves a lot of typing. So I'll make it sound like a drum beat. We can groove to this groove. Boop. Gotcha. Boom. And an even larger paste. There's going to be more to do down here, I'll tell you. But, oh, and this is where we set up whether the slider is horizontal or not. Anywho. That also took care of all the other stuff we needed to do. Boom. Now it's a matter of, let's just, maybe we can make it so smooth is part of what we want here. And got to update that. So we got that done. Now we have a smooth knob, which may not actually exist in the interface. There's going to be some fiddling with all of this to get this going. I feel like I am rapidly ready to run for the brief break and pit stop. Let's guzzle some more water and make it happen all the sooner. Ooh, have we set this to not soft wrap? Well, we have now. Alrighty, so here's where these things go. Trim does stay at the top, but more does not. So where does this move again? It moves to just under all of the compression. Alrighty, now we have trim, and we also have a smooth. So we've got that going for us. All of these filters remain the same because the controls are the same, even if the sound of it is quite different. We'll be getting up to that before the day is out. And then instead of calling it gate, we're calling it ratio, but that is just one letter different. Boom. And now low pass and high pass, we have to have the Q added to these. They will retain the same color. Okay, there's low pass, next high pass. And they do appear to be in the order I'm telling them to be. And then up here to where they belong. Okay, so far so good. Oh, hey, Jade Zawabwi. What I would say is get something building that you can experiment with. If you're a first-year comp sci student, you're probably able to make stuff build and compile. I've got a lot of plugins on the GitHub, the Airwindows GitHub repository. Take one of them and make it build and produce a plugin on your system that you can run. It could be anyone. It could be something as simple as a gain plugin. And once you've done that, then you're starting to change the stuff inside the code where the sound alters. That's what you want to start experimenting with. But the first thing you got to do is come up with a way of building a plugin so that you can run the plugin and hear what it does. There are ways of actually even skipping that step. For instance, things like web-based systems where you can code on the fly in the browser window and fool with what it produces. But in terms of building plugins and things like that, get something building. Get it working so that you can experiment with what makes the sound go. At that point, it's experimenting with what makes the sound go. Meanwhile, that looks like we're all set with that part. Alrighty. Now here's where things get a little messier. What I'm going to do is make this build with only the knobs I've specified. So a fair bit of it is going to be the same. We're not actually specifying, technically I could fool with it. Technically, I can search for these. I'm probably going to want to edit this stuff the way I was doing before rather than trying to automate it. See, we're skipping down to the very bottom. That's another list of things that I can more easily go about doing the way I was previously doing. And stuff like that is not going to stay. But so we'll leave that alone, or technically we'll just update that where it stands. Let's go from bottom to top instead. Bottom to top instead means I'm looking at it like this. More goes after the dynamics. Dynamics is called this. Scooch over to the side a little bit. Yep, that's all the same. We add smooth to these. This stuff doesn't actually change, or it's going to be cut down later, but for now it doesn't actually change. We're going to add the smooth on this. Then you got smooth trim, all of the frequencies, threshold, attack, release, ratio instead of gate, more. And then the low pass and high pass both have a variant. Because they each have a resonance control on them now. Not that they're necessarily going to be shown, but that's what we're going to start with. Now we move up to here, because this is going to require the same kinds of changes. The regularity of my naming conventions helps me here. Because I get to know I'm going to do these things. And let's scroll over to the side a little bit just to see if there was anything. Nope, it just says end edit there. So that's not a concern. And then more needs to move down to here. If, again, I found that it cared what order things were in. So more technically moves down to underneath the whole dynamics, and we rename GAT to RAT because we're calling it ratio now. It's not a gate, it's an expander. Cool. And then having done that, high pass and low pass, or technically low pass and high pass in that order, we need to take this and duplicate each of these. Honestly, it's a nice upgrade. The fact that I can include the Q factor in these is really helping quite a lot in terms of tone quality. And it should be even more useful than using that high pass and low pass before. Alrighty, so now this line of code works appropriately. Up from there, this hasn't been updated and is a very similar kind of thing. Hey Aurora. So slider value changed is our new hotness for editing all of these things. Once I'm finished with all of this stuff, I'm going to put on some music and take a brief pit stop, and I'll be back to edit the behaviors of where everything gets drawn, at least in the terms of making it function somehow, if nothing else. So let's see. First, copy. Paste. We have the smooth knob as the very first one. That looks to be all I need to change there. And then more knob moves down to underneath the dynamics. All right, see you in a bit, Grens. I'll still be here. Definitely going to be here until 5. I've got a full day of work. That said, it's a gratifying enough day of work. This is going reasonably well. So here we go. More goes after gate, and gate turns into ratio. Oh, no. I can't have you stay because you'd have to do this. I should do this for you. All right, let's duplicate low pass and high pass again, and then we'll be finished with that bit. Boop. And in this way, we add more controls. Oh, well, I mean, it's almost 2. I was thinking, I've been going for the last half hour doing this stuff. I'm going to finish this part and then step away and put some music on, and then I'll come back. How's that? I'll be Q. It's useful to keep going until you've reached the point of completing the task, because this is all very methodical. HPQ. Okay. Reverse Airwindows stream. Yeah, it's a funny notion. And scroll up to the top. There's our smooth and trim, and everything else is correct. And it says ratio there. We've got more. We've got the low pass and the high pass with Q. Here's where I was going to do the thing. Weirdly, we only have 4 aspect ratios for this one. Oh, one of the mic arrived and came scratched up. Oh, that's a shame. What that means is we get to change all of these to the new name, just like that. Boom. Although we're also going to have to change it in other places before it'll build. But then and see, the reason some of these are using set color is because they have the panel tilt mechanic. Fair, I've heard of those. Hey TBS, how's it going? So what this would be about then is making the low pass and the high pass have additional knobs to them. Also, I feel like it might be a fine idea for me to reposition these, but we're not there yet. That's going to happen later. We've got some stuff sitting around waiting for me to do. And we've got sections in here that are not correctly designed. Like in previous versions of doing this work, what I've done is made up little physical cards on which I drew controls and laid them out kind of like this, and then arranged them all into different arrangements so that I could see what I was doing. And I don't have that this time. I've got some notes drawn on paper, but not really any more than that. I've got my EQ controls assigned to sections appropriately. I've got threshold, attack, and ratio assigned appropriately. Currently, that is in the form of sliders. And Grenz likes the sliders, so I mean, who am I to whine about that? What I don't have is high pass and low pass assigned appropriately. Although, one thing that I could do if I wanted to is just make the high pass and low pass also be sliders. If I did that, I'd be able to take the code from the vertical sections of the compression section and assign it directly to the high pass and low pass section. And that is currently what I'm wondering, is whether I'd like to simply override that. Also, it looks like I have a slight funniness here, which I can fix just on the grounds of it's untidy, where those weren't lined up correctly. I mean, it should work. So what's that going to entail? I think I began with this. This doesn't require editing. This would be about the same. I suppose I could arrange things. I'm not quite sure how to arrange things. Don't mind me. Technically, I think what that would mean is if I scroll up, I then see how this stuff is arranged. So here's how we start. We're doing this stuff, and we updated a couple of things. And these are how it reacts to mouse input. But this is what we do. So we've got an additional knob that needs to be included in here somewhere. Maybe we just include more sliders everywhere. I mean, weird things have happened. Well, that bit would need to be copied in order to go from there. All the rest of it kind of stays the same. Smooth and trim. Yes, yes, fine, good. Threshold, attack, release, and ratio. Yes, yes, that's fine and good. More was in the form of a knob. And then this would be in the form of low pass and Q also being in the form of a slider. Okay. That gives us a low pass and high pass section that's made up entirely out of sliders. Cool, so far so good. It may actually build and work this way, although I'm going to have problems building it, but that's because some of the stuff has changed. But this is the trouble area here, where all this stuff needs to be altered. But what we're looking to do is everywhere it says low pass knob with these extra things, we're going to take this code here, paste it in wherever it was, and then we're going to delete that up there, but then we're going to update this to here. No, LPQ. And then we just get rid of this here, and we then magically have a 4-bank slider parameter thing. So now what I'm thinking about is, where have I got gain trim positioned? Would I like to have the drive section be one big knob? Would I like to have the pre-gain be over in the beginning? I am using Juice to build all of those things, yeah. Like, can we just make all of this stuff out of banks of little faders? Like banks of sliders? How would that look in various aspect ratios? And here's the way we go about starting it. I think this might use the same code everywhere. Let's see if that's true. That looks like it's true. Let's update this part. It's still going to be constituting a C block. C means the bank of 4 little sliders. This stuff uses offset Y and offset X internally, meaning I probably can plunk this in everywhere it goes, like here. It should match what's directly below it, and it does, meaning I can also plunk it in here. And the offsets we're doing are what's making it be able to work. Got a little fiddling to do over there too, but that's fine. And then lastly, here. And every step of the way, we've got a place to put some spaces in, but that's easily fixed. It'll annoy me if I don't do it. And so if, hang on, did I do the final? Yes. Okay, so in theory, we've now got the other controls included. And I said I was going to go and give myself a pit stop, so I think it's high time I did exactly that. Let's pick some different track this time. These guys. All right, I will be back shortly. I'm not going to rush. I don't have a further cup of coffee to make. I just gotta take a bit of a load off, having drunk too many cups of coffee in the morning. And I will be right back. Oops. I was meant to play that rather than frickin' apply meters that don't change the sound. Okay, we'll find out if it changed the sound. If it sounds worse than before, then we know that we don't want to run those. But no audio-related stuff was engaged. I will be right back. Oh, hello. Now what? Okay, well, never mind. I'll be right back as soon as I get this working properly. How about that? Rolling. There we go. I'll be right back. what I'm going to be doing. When it's time to do the metering for this one, I'm going to want to make it go with the, maybe this involves me making another control too. It'll do one screen, and there'll be a way to switch between peaks or slew or zero cross. Slew or zero cross will be drawn at twice the height, and it'll swap between them, and also no letters here. That's what I have in mind. So maybe it'll sit around mostly on peaks, which gives you a lot of the information that you'd want. But then you get to switch it to slew if you're working on high frequency, and you get to switch it to zero cross if you're working on bass stuff. And the rest would basically behave this way. We shall see. And of course, the way that the overall meter works is it stretches like this, but then it vertically squishes like this. So if you have it squinched up, unlike the white colored one, it would make stuff be sort of smaller and stretched out that way, and it'll normally sit about this big, but if you made the window huge, you'd wind up looking at something more like this. And then width operates the same way that this does, because it's kind of sensitive to that. And let's now see if I screwed up that anyway. Yep. A little bit. However, that might be fine. I've got it set up that way so that when I do my videos, it pops into the correct size and position and so on, and then all I got to do is hit record. No, I don't want to save them. Okay. So where are we at? We've got sort of an arrangement of things. I've got a couple of things left over, and there's the possibility of making additional controls. So let's see. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. I'm thinking in terms, also we don't have smooth in there, do we? So hypothetically speaking, if I design one more knob, we could have a, well, no, hang on. It's turning into nothing but banks of sliders. I'm not sure if I love that. So Grins, I realize that you like the horizontal sliders, but if everything is horizontal sliders, you can't tell them apart. So right now, we're not using the smooth knob for anything. we've got 8 faders. And when I say 8 faders, what I mean is we don't have 8 faders. We have 8 sections that are being arranged vertically, horizontally, or 2 by 2. If we had 9 things, it'd be a little bit more complicated, but then we would have a middle position which would be 3 by 3, which is an interesting idea, to be sure. That would also involve overriding all of the aspect ratio stuff to put one in the middle. I'm not sure if I love that. And the whole reason of making a 9-section thing rather than an 8-section thing is I've got my 8-section thing, and this is all ready to go. But I've got a scenario where dynamics has 4 things in it. Also, I'm arranging them wrong, too. Okay, so here's my challenge. And maybe it's simpler than I think. All this set color and set bound stuff is just positioning things. It's all based on the concept of where I place offset Y, overrides, like I can move sections around. I want it to run vertically. And in the generic ones, I've got input trim first in front of literally everything. That said, the idea of having the EQ section, these 4 big knobs with frequency controls, that really can go absolutely anywhere because it's present everywhere. I'm no longer running a separate control for where they get placed in the sequence because one stage of EQ runs in front of everything, one stage of EQ runs between compression and saturation, one stage runs after saturation and out. So what I'm saying is, this is fine just as it is. But this stuff's giving me fits. I've got it all backwards and upside down. So the way I've got the sliders arranged on the standalone versions without GUI is I've effectively got 5 sliders in a stack. Threshold, attack, release, ratio, and more. That's the sequence of operations. If I was to put trim in there, trim would go in front of threshold. But it's a integer. If I was to put smooth in there, it could go literally anywhere because it doesn't matter. I've got it on the top simply because, just in case it's the first thing you think of, I suppose. Also, it's in a bank that doesn't need to be altered in order to operate. Well, I don't get to just put stuff all willy-nilly. But if everything was banks of sliders, maybe I could use the color coding to have them make more visual sense. And if everything was banks of sliders and I added another, so maybe here's where we start adding another control that didn't even exist until we get to it. And I don't think we got to dig into Airwindows UI. If we did, we'd have to add another thing in here. But I don't think we do. Also, here's where I would be putting in a different default graphic. And I'm honestly thinking about that. I feel like nobody is using Airwindows globals. I'd love to see people using Airwindows globals, but I think people just install this stuff and then they're stuck with whatever I've got, which is the default light gray. And I wonder whether I can do something more gratifying and build it in somehow. Whether I can build in a background image and just run with that. And I don't know what that's going to take. But I feel like if I could, that seems like that would be neat. Just have a whole look to things. Meanwhile, here we are looking at this, and I don't see anything in the way of individual controls. This is generic. Hey, DK. This needs changing. It defaults not to rotary. You have to use Airwindows globals for that. It defaults to vertical because people told me that was customary. Don't know why it still says that. I personally prefer rotary, but here we are. Interpolation. That will relate to what we'll end up doing, but it's not going to immediately take effect. And again, this is all good, but it does not affect our knobs. This affects our knobs. And I believe we're going to need to rearrange some of these things. So if all of our sliders are banks of 4, it's a lot of sliders. Yeah, I'm making custom knobs. So if we move this more back up to this section here, and then I guess the next thing is to add another control. Doesn't exist in the current because it's GUI only, this. And it's going to be called display. this knob is for display. And then lastly, what we're going to do, I think, is move that down to under the EQs. And then we do that, then we do these, then we have the compression, then we have the filtering, and then out. Oh, but I remember now. I'd like to move pan away from the fader. I don't have to. I'd kind of like to. At the same time, maybe I don't want to, because I've got arrangements of how all of this stuff goes, and I could use the same pattern that I'm using for the EQs, and then it becomes a matter of, do we come up with anything cool or just have banks of horizontal faders for all the other stuff? I mean, it might be fine. It'll make it dead obvious where the output level fader stuff and the EQ stuff is, and all the other stuff is either compressions or just other things. For starters, let's go forward with it like this. So I'm thinking display smooth input more. Input is the trim. It moves in 60 dB increments. More is engage the saturation that technically runs after the dynamics, which are actually happening before. At low attack and fast release times, if it's producing a lot of modulation, you probably have the threshold lower than you need it. It is going to do that because it's chasing your outputs. And it's designed to be able to give ridiculous outputs. So you got to tune it in such a way that it's not doing that as much if you don't want it doing that as much. This is a thing where you can push it way, way heavily into radical compression. And you probably want to not use as low of a threshold if it's doing that. It does it for me too. If I try to push the threshold really, really far, it does a lot of modulation. And it's a matter of like wrestling with it until it stops. So decay. Nova knob responsibility? What's Nova knob responsibility mean? Yeah, one thing about it is, Jas, I don't think it's that good of a limiter. I don't think it's a very good limiter. It's a compressor, which is not quite the same. Which is not to say that it isn't kind of like a limiter. I just don't think it excels at being a limiter. Meanwhile, this is me thinking about what I want to do with the positioning of these knobs, seeing as this is my next thing is to figure out where to place the knobs. And I'm wondering whether having the compression run first is my best thing. Then there would be a little bank of things which weren't. It'd be sort of a little bank in the middle between the compression and the high passing and low passing on the end. would be a little section for adjusting things. It makes me wonder whether I could use the code to draw like a special set of lines in there or whatever, so that it could be delineated as this little bank of controls is special and is like your trim control or whatever. I don't know. I do know that it feels like that might be a smart idea. The fact that input isn't in front of compression feels deceptive, but it would basically work. See, I don't know what a Nova knob response is. So there's my problem. I'm also considering whether I'd like to have input at the top of this little stack of things because it's at the top of what happens. If you follow me? Like I'm contemplating this, meaning the innermost controls are not, I could make them be a different size. That's possible. I could have this little bank have the inner two controls not be the same size as the other ones because they're effectively switches. Or no, wait, no, the top one's a switch. Hang on. The top one's a 5-position switch and display is a 3-position switch. And smooth is how fast the controls react. It might as well be a switch, but it's not. And then more is your saturation. Well, I think that's as good as I'm going to get for now. I'm warming to the idea of having some kind of thing drawn on the GUI so that center part, where it's like trims and controls governing the behavior of the entire thing, are slightly different. Right now, it's not going to be set up to do that, and right now, everything else is more or less sorted. So then if I scooch up here, we're repositioning everything again. And there's a trim, there's a display, and there's more. So let's rearrange all of this stuff while we need to. Trim, display, smooth, more. And they all move down to between ratio and low pass. Got there. Ooh, and we can move everything down to where that is, between ratio and no pass. Okay. Oops. Thank you. And then there we go. So now that bit's done, and we've got more things to do before we're even close to being able to build it and see what happens. But we've added a knob. Trim, display, smooth, and more. And under this concept, more also has to be horizontal. Just about everything is. Oh. Do I have this right, or have I made a horrible mistake? To some extent, I have made a horrible mistake. Well, we'll just go and fix it. But why? So which of these don't need set text box style? That's irritating. Well, we know that these need it apparently. So I think the places where I'm missing it are mistakes. I'm not even trying to build it, and yet I feel as if I have made mistakes and it needs to have this. And apparently we do not set slider style unless we're actively making it not be a round slider. And in the compression, we're clearly setting text box style. Therefore, that needs to be continued. And why am I seeing it be continued even though I would have sworn that it wasn't and I had it all wrong? I don't understand. Where do we have this wrong? Low pass, that's where. Everything does in fact need to have that. So, more has it. These are the ones that don't. Why'd you do that? On the other hand, that suggests that I can do that. Oh, no, apparently not. No matter what we do, it's wrong. Fine. You know what? We'll just do it the hard way. And then fader and pan is all set. So now we got to update the low passes and high passes to include this important knowledge and information that wasn't being included before. We've yet to build any of this, you know. The trouble is, until I've built it, I have to get all of this stuff put together, right? Or it won't even build. And I believe that's got it covered. And the reason it's not drawing a text box is because I draw that text myself. Okay, I still don't know what Nova is, but good for it. To some extent, I feel like my control manipulation is limited to what Juice will allow me to do. So some of the motion is going to be Juice-oriented. And you can specify whether you want it to be a rotary motion, which allows you to zoom way out from the center of the control to have finer gradations of control, or it defaults to vertical motion, which is what you would normally do clicking and moving up or down, and it should also manage a scroll bar. And by that, what I mean is scroll wheel. So never mind me talking about scroll bar like a fool. Now let's see how this nonsense goes. That doesn't make any sense at all. Well, more the pity for me, I guess. I believe it is. You can use it with commercial processes, but you can also GPL it, which I believe is how this works. So why am I not seeing an appropriate number of controls? It's like I'm leaving off multiple controls rather than just a few. That's irritating. Oh, are you just scheiße posting? Suit yourself. I'm trying to find out why I'm missing two controls. I feel like I shouldn't be missing two controls. I should only be missing one control. And yet here we are, I'm missing two controls, and I can't tell you why. Also, I do see that these need to be reorganized. So some of this makes sense and some of it really doesn't. Ooh, also going to need to do this. I didn't get this done. Let's go from the bottom again. Let's make these all be in sequence. So what was my sequence? Trim display smooth. Up to the top of the screen, please. Okay. Here's our sequence. EQs, compression, trim display smooth more. That's the one that was missing. So it's trim display smooth more, then it's low pass Q, high pass Q, and then we got a little bank of just pan and fader, which act the same way that the EQs do. So trim display smooth more. And the way I can reorganize them is by dragging trim display smooth down to where more is, and that puts it in the right place already. So down we go, boom. And that arranges things the way that they must be arranged. This is a fine time for me to do that too. Trim display smooth more. Boom. Now that's in a correct sequence. Let's do it all over again for these. And now this needs to go down here. Thing is though, if I get this right once, I can do it 3 times over and have all this done, because they're not distinct this time. This time they all follow the same pattern. That could prove helpful. Least ratio, trim display smooth more, and then the filters. Lovely. Continue. Okay. So technically, now let's scroll up to the top for this part. what we can do is steal this entire setup and then do that same thing. So we're going to steal it from there and simply override. Trim display smooth more. Do we have other things referred to in here? No, we do not. Trim ets. So if we drop this in replacement to these, we got that covered. And now we need to move the blocks around some. There are not disabled buttons because when you set things to their default positions, they automatically shut themselves off. So you can disable compression by setting threshold to 1. So honestly, it would be more along the lines of indicator lights, and that's not a bad idea. That is possible. It would involve making another bunch of little knobs. But not unthinkable. The question is simply whether I can conveniently do that. Let's not think about that right at the moment. Because I would like to update these. Done. This one's going to be even easier. Because we're just adding py, so that makes it easier. Don't need to update anything else. See, we can shuffle those very conveniently. Honestly, the first one could have been organized this way too. It just happens not to be. And it's fine. One further issue, as I said, we have so many of these damn little horizontal sliders that I don't want the pan also to be a horizontal slider. So let's make it be the same arrangement that we have for the EQs. Here I go doing the panel tilt and stuff, and this won't actually use it. Fancy that. Well, I suppose it's harmless. Back up to the top. We're going to take this layout and use it for pan and fader. Remember that the pan is actually the smaller of the two. So we do this, we're going to cease using D for anything, meaning we are only using big and small and bank of sliders, and the rest of these are commented out. See, one of the things I was thinking of is, can I put pan in one of these banks of sliders and then have just a big knob for the gain? Also, why does it say FADG knob? And is this general enough code that I can straight up just paste it into, I bet I can. Ooh, but we're not calling it high and high F B block. We're calling it fader and pan. But having said that, I bet I can just use this directly, because I've written the code generally enough that it serves about the same purpose as if it was a function being called. Ooh, are you getting a heat wave? Oh dear. Yeah, I know somebody on Blue Sky who is, one of his pet hobby horses is ranting about people in Europe that don't respect air conditioning, because it's important and it is also less energy wasteful than heating in wintry climates. Yeah, good luck. I mean, hang in there. Does not sound fun. Boom. And let's see. One of these, then one of these. That should be general enough that it will probably simply work. I think I'm caught up. I do have to include that display knob and use it for something. That's probably, I'll be doing work on that on Thursday. I may, however, be able to get it so that the audio parts of things actually work. So what did plugin editor look like? Okay. So I'm going to want to put things in this order. Funnily enough, I've got fader and pan in opposite order, but that's fine because this is the order in which we calculate things. Here's my next thing. Time to start looking at plugin processor. There will be many things to change here. But once I'm finished doing all of the changing here, I can build one, and even if all the details aren't right, I'll have it looking about the way it should. Alrighty. By the way, I am distracted enough by the momentousness of this work that I managed to forget to thaw out hamburger for my tacos. But I caught it about an hour before thawing out cheese. So I think I'm probably still good. I just put it out on the counter. I freeze stuff up in little Ziploc bags, so it's fine to do that. And it ought to be fine by the time I get to it. Alrighty. Here's the first change, ratio. I know I'm going to have these, so let's do them now. Again, here's where everything has to be in order. Pretty sure this is where I have to have all of the controls exactly in order. So trim is input. I'm going to need to do display, and I'm going to need to do more. Where have I got more? Oh, it's already up there. Okay, so, and I have to include smooth. So technically I can just do this. Trim, display, smooth, more. And then as long as I drag these down into the correct place, we're good. So just above the filter section. Boom, got there. Honestly, I am surprised at the idea that where you're at would be more packed cities than America. But, I mean, fair. I hear ya. I'm not entirely sure I agree with all of that, but I hear ya. Not an unreasonable suggestion to install air conditioning with what climate is doing. Especially in places where it's really hitting you, like I am in Vermont. I am in the northeastern United States. The way climate is changing is causing where I live to get colder. But yeah, the energy that air conditioning uses is not as great as is needed to get through bitter winters. People act like, oh, that is so much energy, so unreasonable, lazy American people or whatever. But no, it's actually, it can be important. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so I'm going to need to update these, but we're not going to do that right this instant. Meaning, I'm done for now with this. We haven't got the audio code up to speed yet, but the control parts now have been updated. Let's see. I bet I should just go and open this from here. Boom. Indeed. Alrighty. So here's what we're looking at. There's one particular thing that will be broken. Oh, no, I need to do these two. Let's make it not soft wrap the text. And then I'll go from there. Which means we've got a little there, but that's okay. I'll just move it until I can see what I'm doing. So we're not updating this yet. The audio of it is going to continue to be console X2 channel until further notice. But all of this is getting updated so that it looks and moves the way the final version will look and move. So let's see, what do we have? We had 1, 2, 3. Input, display, smooth, and more. So trim, dis, smo, and more. And all of that's going to get moved down to where it belongs. And let's see. This turns into ratio and is not named ratio. Instead, it's named infwet. Probably still fine. Let's bring that back. What the? Okay, I didn't realize that was made with spaces. I thought it was made with tabs, but more fool me. And gonna need to double these up, and then we're gonna need to move trim to small more down to where it belongs. And that is not the very first thing I'm going to do. So, boop. Then, boop. LQP, or LPQ. Best remember the correct way of doing that. If I get it wrong, it'll be busted right out of the gate. There's no sense doing that. LPQ, HPQ, and let's capitalize those. This is the area where you can. Alrighty, all it's I got to do is move name these. Okay. Here is also where we set default values. I can probably guess what those need to be. So more is going to default to 0. So far, so good. Smooth is going to default to 0.5, which is also fine. Display. Display is going to default to 0 because hard left is going to be peak. Then it's going to be peak. And then the middle is going to be slew, and then the far extreme is going to be base. Also, we can fool with this. This went wrong. And then so did the Q's. There we go. Alrighty. So got that sorted. But we're not done because, and we're renaming it to input. Cool. I kind of sort of have the competent, like, wait and see. Maybe it doesn't, maybe it isn't. I've added enough controls that it should now be putting on the screen all of the controls, including one that's not actually being used yet. Display's not being used for anything yet. The audio is not console X3 yet. What I'm doing is getting this stuff sorted so that it will display the controls I need to, including one display which doesn't do anything yet. And in the process of so doing, oh, and again I mentioned how I would like to change this. It's going to load parameters per instance. So there is technically no special reason, especially since they all have the same controls. We don't need to care whether it is a X3 bus, channel, or pre instance, because it'll be the same controls, but also the controls are being saved on basis of instance rather than what kind of processor it is. So they can all do the same duty. They can all be the same. So Airwindows 2C becomes 3. And then I can just copy that over and not care about it from that point onward. It will be fine. Don't know whether I'm going to want it to be 618 by 375. I forget why I had it be that. But that's fine too. So now that's just going to work in each of the instances because it's not specific to what kind of it is, but it is specific to what instance is in the mix. And that's less to think about. And then for all of this stuff, this is all functioning with one exception. Find knob rat. By which I mean knob gat. So it's going to be looking for that as the gate, and it'll be in the same position as the gate. These are two different instances. We replace it with knob rat, and we don't have the audio code set up. But even though we don't have the audio code set up, that was the only place that lived. And it is very possible wonder why there's a Pample Juice Xproj that I can build this. Ooh, we have a problem. So what happened here? Oh, I made a simple mistake. It wants to be set slider style. You know what? I can fix that right from here. That was me trying to fix another problem. Why? Why do you even tell me this thing? Well, that's irritating. Why do you care? Honestly. Seriously. I mean, I guess I can leave that off, but I mean, why do we have a compiler warning for this? Never mind, you know what? I don't care. Let's build it and see if it's okay. No, we are still, aha. Look at that. Clicking in the wrong place, but here we are. That's not spelled like that. It's spelled like this. I think that's the only remaining thing that was wrong. Although we'll find out quickly enough. Boom, let's go. Let's see if it builds. Dun, 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 dun. Hey! And you know what that means? Let's see what it's going to look like when it is a thing. This isn't what it's going to sound like. So that's a rough idea. Oh, I've made a mistake. This needs to not be... See how it's the cute little pan thing, though? Isn't that adorable? That's what it makes that size of a pan to, but it needs to be made into a knob like that. And then we've got everything else made into... Ooh, what is this? That is a dark color, isn't it? I'm not sure I like that. Mind you, everything else seems to be basically working the way that it should. So we're gonna go and fix this because it's not actually blinky lights now. I'm not sure if I need move to be a color. I'm wondering whether I should be assigning colors to it based on... And yeah. Okay, so that's the first thing. This needs to be a knob rather than a slider. So let's go and fix that. Here's where we fix that. All we got to do is this, and then that's going to be a knob like the other ones. So far, so good. Why are my colors not what they should be? I mean, I could lose this, or I could add another orange for the other gain knob. Let's try that. Here's trim knob. So now both of the volume setting things are actually a fixed thumb color. Oh, looky here. We're actively setting those to black. Well, I'm not going to want that, but do I want a color? Was there a color associated with that when it was console X? Let's go and find out. Just Windows. X channel should have what I'm looking for. And it does appear to be plugin editor in which that is specified. I'm looking to keep making it look better. I'm going to see what I can do. Alrighty. So we got Stonefire for the original one, meaning that some of our thumb colors are like yellow and orange and purple. We can certainly color code all of the things. I'm not sure if these are getting custom colors. FGR, F gain reduction, green, fire and stone, so GS, red, 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 green. Is it the same shade of green? Maybe it is. Then blue, brown for base. These are, of course, SSL colorings. So we can color code all manner of things in all manner of colors. The question is, what would make good colors for some of these things? GR, so gate release. So the gate is colored green. And these other ones don't get a custom color at all. Would that mean a ratio color of green is appropriate? So I don't need to look into Console X for that. Although we've got some of our other colors, like here's our red and green and blue. And in fact, we could use this green as needed for not threshold, ratio. Lose the black. What does it look like if we're not? All right, at this stage, I believe we can straight up just build it again. And some of the things I mentioned will already be fixed. This is getting into where we can start iterating real fast. Still not making a useful noise, but that's another problem. Right now we are iterating on what does this look like, because they're all going to look about the same. And we've got pan working. And we've got a bunch of funny settings. And I believe that is because our settings are funny. And we've got purple for a low pass and yellow for a high pass. And here's what our settings are going to look like by default. It's not defaulting correctly. So the question becomes, how many things need to have colors added to them? We've got colors on the EQs, And that makes sense because things change when we resize. Oh, but I gotta be clicking in the right place. I gotta click on this. There we go. So we can make it be a vertical thing like this. And again, I'm quite interested in figuring out how to have it default correctly. Again, if I set it to default, I bet it's going to snap back. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's being set to the wrong things. So maybe that's my next thing. But we're looking at it like this. Also, I wonder, can I do scroll bar? Yes, I can. That's going to come in handy. But these need to default appropriately, and currently they are not. So I got to find out why not. And we've ditched some of that stuff. So that's actually going to live in plugin processor, if I'm not mistaken. It gets set up here. And when I say up here, I mean way up here. And we don't need that. Okay. So it should be specifying defaults out of this that are correct. I thought I'd updated those things, and I don't know what's gone wrong. Maybe it's not gone as wrong as I think. Let's see. So that was in fact doing what it was telling it to. Threshold 1, 0, 0, 5, and 0. That's full inv. It's actually going to be 1, 0, 0.5, 0, 0.5, and 1. So that's well spotted. These are all the same. More should default to 0. Smooth should default to 0.5. Display should default to 0, and input should default to 0.25. Are they? Oh, remember how I said you had to move everything in sequence? Remember how I said that everything had to be organized in the correct way because if it wasn't in the exact order that it expected, things went wrong? Watch this. These are supposed to be in a particular sequence. And these parameters need to go between the compressor and the filters. And watch this. Currently, they're being instantiated and added with these ones first. But they need to live between threshold, attack, release, and wet, and low pass, Q. Watch this. That's got to be the problem. There wasn't really anything else. Now watch what it does this time. Build succeeded. It will have placed it in the correct place. We can open a track. Now it will have remembered some kind of bizarreness there. So it's in all kinds of, it's in a funny configuration, but if we set to default, boom. Suddenly it's set to exactly what it was supposed to. And you got to click on here, but if we do it like this, we've got our little bank of things. I am willing to believe that 0.25. Yeah, good enough. See, now when we go to default, it goes to default properly. So here's my question. How many of the sliders need colors to be parsable? Oh, for heaven's sake, look at you go. All right. So here's our purely vertical arrangement. You can have a lot of movement on those. Here's our mostly vertical arrangement. We've got sort of a bank of these controls, and then everything else sort of tracks this way. I am definitely wondering about the prospects of coming up with a different design so that it's not as many blocks of horizontals. That said, I'm not completely opposed to the blocks of horizontals. One of the things I had been thinking about was coming up with designs that were more round knobs, but in either a diamond configuration or square. Again, my notes here, I'm postulating a dynamics setup where it is threshold the big one, attack and release on left and right respectively, and then ratio is a smaller one beneath them. It's doable. I'm not sure how great it would be, but it's doable. I'm wondering about whether InfWet needs color coding. And I don't think the Q factor ones need color coding. So let's quickly go and deal with those. We've got a lot of this sorted out now. So this much, it's now working correctly. Scooch all the way down here and ditch the color coding on the Q factor knobs. And yeah, the thing I'm wondering about is, can we make little configurations of 4 knobs rather than having everything be so many of these sliders? Also, if we weren't doing orange for color coding, then this part would look like this. And if we weren't doing ratio as if it was a green, then we would end up with something that looks a lot simpler. That said, I don't know if I want to go with the rotary knobs for some of these small ones. Let's see what we got. Okay, now we have 2 colored knobs poking out, and it looks a bit like a mistake. I mean, it's not wildly wrong, but it does make it look a little bit like it's a mistake. I wonder whether there is a suitable color that I could use for like the compression section. Or whether it would be better to simply try for my arrangements of rotary knobs thing. Because again, if I can get this done, it applies to literally every one of the versions. So I've got the color coding for these, and that's basically fine. I kind of like the idea of so I have multiple concerns here. One of them is if I turned this section into a little batch of knobs, like a larger knob and then 3 smaller ones. I've got an arrangement that's kind of like that already. In fact, it's sitting there in the code available. Depend upon what configuration you went for. If you went for a configuration like this, then the compression section would be a sort of little diamond of controls, of which all the knobs would be quite a bit smaller than this largest one. Actually, hang on. Hang on. We can do these. I've got an existing layout where we've got littler controls and a slider for threshold. I don't know if I have any vertical sliders. I might try a variation on that. See, what we're looking at here is in the original console. This is sort of our model of what the diamond shape would look like, only not exactly. And this is our model of what it looks like when we have 3 itty-bitty knobs in a row. And in this case, we have the threshold below the itty-bitty knobs. But I'm thinking it would actually work better if we had the 3 itty-bitty knobs and then a slider over them for threshold. And we could go attack, ratio, release. Or, for that matter, attack, release, ratio. So if we were doing attack, release, ratio, it would be sitting like that, and then release would be over there, and then ratio would be all this way if we were doing full compression, or this way if we made it be gating. And we can use this layout, but we would reverse the position of these things. I realize why you said threshold vertical slider, or even ratio attack release, indeed. I realize why you were saying threshold vertical slider. Thing is, I think the way that it's oriented, my positionings tend to go for more room for a horizontal slider. And it'll look better than this for starters, but that's another story. The diamond idea makes there be room for the largest control to be drawn in the middle, like this, which does continue throughout, like this is going to be the case for the current one. We are not actually using this slant built into this, but that's fine. And my little sets of 3 knobs can be kind of neat when we've got them packed in this way. I feel like that would not be entirely shabby. So threshold and then 3 knobs would sort the compression section. And then we have 2 more banks of sliders. One of those banks is like the doing stuff section. And then we have a bank of sliders that is entirely the high pass and low pass. And that makes me wonder whether I can have an entirely distinct look, but knob based rather than slider based. So let's see what we can make happen out of this. Here's plugin editor. So here's attack, release ratio, and threshold. All we got to do is tell this not to be a horizontal slider. And those 3 are now knobs. Don't have to do anything more. Other than reposition them clearly. So this stuff stays the same. I think we got to do this in the H file maybe? Nope, it's right here. So technically for this what we're looking for is code out of the original console X channel, which is literally right here. So C plugin editor, C plugin editor. We'll open it in BB edit so that I can interfere with it better. Scroll down through this and we get to where we are positioning and resizing, etc. It's much more complicated, this one. There's so many different variations on it, whereas with only 8 blocks, it's more manageable. There's 4 different layouts. With 12 blocks, there's a bunch of different layouts. But B is the Stonefire, A is the EQs, which we're currently using for level and pan, and 3 knob and slider ones. Copy. In theory, I should be able to run with that. I guess we'll find out. So one of the things that we are going to in fact do is rename that. So let's figure out what that's going to become. Yeah, see, things are being redefined. So rather than one slider with a big knob under it, D now becomes what we're looking to do. And we're going to first instantiate it just the way that it was before. Oops. Got there. There. we're going to need to have more values for some of these things. What did I use? What did I use? Let's go and find out. So we're looking for C here. Hang on, are we? Okay, so slider W is about the same. Slider H is a little smaller than before. And we've got little knob and big knob, which are a tiny bit larger than they were. Okay. Fire comp thrust ratio attack release deblock. In theory, this might simply work once I rename it. Let's find out. What do we get if we straight up just take this and try to use it? It's going to go in the dynamics block. Huh. Don't mind me. We'll do fine. Let me start getting some of these straight. Do we even need to set color to anything? Looks to be about the same code. Alrighty then. Okay. Which one's the slider? This one's the slider. Oh, gotta fix these. However, that is easily done. Got that. Got that. Okay, I don't understand that DK, but rock on. Attack knob. Which one goes first? Let's do attack release and ratio. Wahey. And now we just hide this. Which we're doubtless not going to actually use, and we're probably good, except for we got to flip the positions. We first have to see whether it even works. And to do that, we have to see what stage we're in. So we'll copy that. Yep, we're up at the top. And here we're going to outright replace it with everything else. Boop. Ah, but we need to have it be that. Okay. Then one more. And one more and we're good. Apart for the reversing positions. I bet I can do that. That's only one line of code. I bet I can do that before even building, and it'll be fine. So and you know what? We've got an example of this already, so I don't need it to be here. Rock on. Two, three, four. 234Y. That's x is 0.05. Wait. No. That can match this. That can match the other four-slider dynamics bank. Now, where's the top slider of these? Do I even care or want to know what the top slider is? Across and down. So down starts at 0.07, then it goes to 0.29, 0.51, and 0.73. So maybe y for the slider, rather than being 0.5, could be 0.29. The offset for the knobs are the same, but 234y, rather than be, could be, that's pretty close to 0.3, so we could have it be 0.6. All right, let's see what we got. Build. What are we looking at for our new compression? If this works, then I'll, oh, and it's time for me to thaw out some cheese, but not before looking at this. Let's look at it and set it playing while I'm at it. Boom. I think that looks nice. We're not buried in faders this time. It's a little low, but oh, here's a daring thought. We don't necessarily need to have a lot of subtlety on the Q control. In a lot of instances, it's either going to be all the way down, and it's defaulting to all the way down, or you can start pushing it up, but it's not very sensitive. I could have two of these side by side directly under two knobs. Meanwhile, I'm warming to the idea of like moving this around a little bit, maybe, but it's looking basically nice. It's acting fussy. It doesn't want to draw properly. But look at that. See, we've got our little control on top, and then the little bank of three things, which is how you go looking for your compressor. At this size, we've got them like this. For some reason, we have attack and release both being 0.5, and that feels funny. What is that actually correct? I don't know. Maybe I simply don't have everything up to date. And then, yeah, the idea is bank of sliders here, and this is something else also involving some knobs. They can be larger knobs than this like 3 across layout. And then we can have little tiny faders for these, maybe with these guys also being smaller. The display in the smooth. And then here's our saturation. And let's see if I can... Yep. Ooh. That's because that's a gate. Until I make it otherwise. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Twisted Wave doesn't want to run this nicely. After I've thawed out some cheese. out some of this other stuff. I feel like the threshold and knobs could move up. They're sitting a little low. Also, there's room to literally say threshold. Yeah, that's Wood Dragon from Dragons, the 1999 version. That now finally maybe I'll be able to mix better. So yeah, moving up thresh and controls. Done like this. This goes to be a smaller number. And these can go to be, let's call them 0.5. That's halfway down except for more than that. Where's the, let's try 0.1. Okay, quick hack onto that. And then we're going to see about making those, the low pass and high pass, be a pair of knobs to the sides of each other with either, I suppose there could be an itty bitty knob beneath them, but we could also do a itty bitty slider beneath them. And of course, nothing's technically stopping us from making threshold also be a knob. Ooh, I was going to change the name. That's going to be up at the top of here, I think. That's going to be up at the top of here, rather. No, that's the audio code. When I say up at the top of here, what I mean is this. Interesting. Well, I didn't see that coming. Why are you just drawing thresh but capitalizing it? Do I have this somewhere else? That's odd. What am I missing? So C plugin processor, H plugin processor. Do we have words here somewhere? No. H plugin editor. Do we have words here? Ah, got there. This is what's giving it the names. Got there, got there, got there. Which technically means I could simply call those both Q or Reso, I suppose. That's the same thing as Q. let's see what we get out of that. Technically, what that means is maybe we would also like to retitle these. And we'll see whether it becomes upset that those have the same name. Internal ID, how is shown in generic view. I bet these need to be unique, but I bet these don't. Right on. And attack and release are in fact both 0.5. So of course, we're going to take them a little closer to what I think I'm doing for the ones in the real version. And let's see where that goes. Alrighty. If this works, I bet I have time to do the high pass and low pass the way that I want. Boop. Alright, yeah, that's threshold way higher in the controls than it originally was. Other things seem to be about the way I'd want them. If we position it just right, we can make these be slightly too large so they're overlapping each other. That at least is not awesome, but on the bright side, we can reset it. So we're going to want those to be not quite as wide as that. And threshold could probably do with being a little further down. The way they're positioned, you can kind of see that you got your dynamics, and then we've got this other stuff, but then more is here, sort of in the final end of it, and then the filters go after that, so I'm going to want more of those little bitty knobs again. So before we do that, let us manipulate. Oh, that's the wrong place, isn't it? This is the right place, I think. Yeah. And that is because we're using little knob. And little knob can scale up to be slightly too large. So triple knob. Oh. Let's get a little frisky. Triple knob relates to width. Little knob can be larger. Let's see what we get out of it. Here's our first one. Then same thing here. The same thing here. Always relating to width. And then one final time. So now we have a new variable for that one, which is smaller. And a half an hour of mad high-speed hacking to try to get all of this stuff to work nicely and be good. Thankfully, we are in the iteration point. And now here's what our little knobs look like. They don't quite overlap anymore. And it fully says threshold. And the slightly larger ones are indeed a wee bit larger. We can probably do close to that for, or some variation of them, for the bank of 4 knobs like this. This could turn into a bank of 4 knobs for high pass and low pass. Oh, I didn't move threshold down, did I? Also, it doesn't respond well to resizing. But that is not the fault of my code or anything. That is the fault of Twisted Wave being a little bit wonky. And you know, that's fine. I'm definitely interested in finding some good color or texture for this. I feel like I could do better to draw some texture or pick a better color for this that people would enjoy. Okay, threshold needs to move down. It is not the 4-slider dynamics bank. It is 1-slider with 3 knobs. Gonna lose that comment. And that comment. We're not going to be using single knob, but I bet we could use A for the 4-knobber. First, though, across 0.01, just like with the other sliders. Down, more than 1, but I think less than 3. How about a quarter? 2.5, or 0.25 rather. So have a quick gander, see what we got. If that's remotely good, we're going to immediately move on to the 4-knobber. All right, see you later, Grants. We will be back on Thursday, where it'll probably be making sounds properly, rather than just getting the graphics to work properly. But for now, let's see if the positioning of this threshold seems nice. Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure of it. I certainly don't like the way it overlaps against this, but these could be smaller or something. And we're going to be editing those. Yeah, I feel like threshold can scooch a little bit higher than that. We are hammering away at getting something to happen. Should be interesting. I am almost to the point of trying the four-knobber for this. I feel like that would be better. Okay, width of the three-knobber, good. I feel like threshold is good, although it does make me wonder whether I could have that simply be a knob. Like, it works well at a stretch like this, but then it makes this other stuff look really stupid. Then, if we scrunch it into a super horizontal like this, threshold feels like it maybe is still a little tiny bit low, but not by much. More relevantly, I'm not sure if it feels like there's lots of space for a larger circular control here, so maybe the fader is not a bad call. And here we have a completely distorted version. You can barely see it anymore. Oh, the neat thing about this layout is that that is kind of workable. You can really do a vertical strip this way. You can even kind of see attack, release, and input there. Neat. Okay, let's make that bank of 4 knobs. We're going to make them as A. Now, how am I going to go about this? Well, first of all, they're not going to be that big, so we're going to want to do that. And How are we going to go about this? What's it going to take? I think I need to get editor H back. There it is. Or perhaps not. No, I guess not. No, I didn't need that at all. Here's where we do it. So, down to where the low pass and high pass live, we don't get this anymore. The funny thing about it is this is going to now draw. Oh, and let's put the color coding fully back. Funny thing is we can immediately run it, and even though it's not going to be correct, it will in fact draw something. It'll try to draw knobs where the sliders were. And there they are. I don't know why they're squished like that. I guess it's because it's using that tilt functionality. So it's allowing them to be drawn on a slant. It's actually being drawn on a, we're looking down over them. So that needs some revision in a big way. Normally we are setting it so that they are drawn flat rather than being drawn like that. Now I feel like maybe if I skewed this properly, I could make it track whether or not we were squishing it vertically, so that if it was like this, it would be drawing them more flattened. For any orientation where it was at the point of starting to be really vertically squished, we could be vertically squishing the knobs too. Oh, we don't today. We do not get to first sound check today. I mean, I could give you a sound check, but I'd be giving it to you like yep. Hang on. You're asking for a sound check, you'll get a sound check, but we have to wait. And then I'll get back to drawing my knobs. It has to refresh its VST effects. And see, it just found console X3. We don't get to do it in GUI yet because it doesn't have any of the audio code built in yet. But we do have audio code. So we just got to connect the two together. It's fine, it gives me a moment to breathe. And contemplate the way I've got these things set up. I'm kind of liking the little 3 knobs in a row thing that I was doing. Not right now, and if I demonstrated it to you, you wouldn't be able to hear anything with it, because it does a very good job of encoding and the decoding. I don't have a mix put through it yet. Boom. So when you say sound check, we can run X3 pre, and it will look like what you just saw, but you can make it sound like this. So that's basically the gist. Console X3 sound check. It'll sound like that. Oh, you need... I don't know if I have things together and ready to drop Purist Console 4 right away. Tell you what I can do is I can try to accelerate it. I'll move towards like the soonest possible weekend, which is not necessarily this week. I mean, it does follow up from longhand. You got that going. So since it follows up from longhand, it's reasonable to drop it pretty soon. That's not wrong. Meanwhile, oh wait, no. I simply have to scroll down to get to this part. Okay. What's going on with the low pass and high pass is I need to set color for all of them, otherwise they default. That, however, not difficult. So here's my first batch of low pass and high pass. Alrighty. Well, that should work. Let's see if it did. Oh, no, we have a problem. What on earth happened there? That's messy? Why you gotta be messy? What do you think you're doing? Can I undo past? Yeah, I can. Okay. Alrighty. Color bounds, color bounds, color bounds, color bounds. I guess we just somehow moved that, and I don't know how or why. Weird. So if that worked, these will all be round rather than funny shapes. Wrong button. Actually, no, that was still the right button, but something happened. Let's try that. Oh, I bet I know. I didn't get all of them. Cool. I got that one, but I didn't get any of the others. Fine. This is still workable. All I got to do is do that over and over again, a little more even than I did. Here we are again. 3 of 4. And 4 of 4. Boom. Hey, Nick. How long have I been coding for? Depends upon how you mean. I wasn't coding plugins for more than 10 years or so. Been coding other things for longer than that. Not necessarily anything that you'd be impressed by, though, like Apple IIs and such. Those aren't really very good preparation for this. Alrighty. This time, the little round knobs are little round knobs, and they are extra little because of how little they are. And they're low pass, resonance, high pass, and resonance. So the next thing to do is make these guys a little bit larger because they're being artificially made to be tiny, and make them in a square configuration. And there'll be a resonance directly below each one. We are not using any of these yet, but we will. So let's start with assuming that we're moving this stuff around. Let's try to move this stuff around. Can we move stuff, please? Thank you. So we've got a 1x, 2x, a 1y, and a 2y. X is a cross. So if we made both of these be exactly thirds, 3, 3, and 6, 6. Technically, that's not at all right, but if we like position between those and like x offset of 0, and then use a little knob and triple knob. Triple knob is the one that is smaller, a little knob gets to be larger. And then copy the entire section over to each block that we need. So we're going to use triple knob for those, and a little knob for these. And if we get all this right, we can copy it and paste it into the other 3 places it needs to go. That's the dimensions of the actual knobs, or at least those are the dimensions we're requesting. The offsets, those are another story. So we're going to be doing A1X and A2X and A1Y and A2Y. So here's our first. Oh, it's not letting me select all of it. Now it is. A1X across. Across. Two X across. Then here's where we were divvying them up differently. So Y is down, so it's going to be A1Y, A2Y, and then A1Y again, because that's the overall, the high pass knob. And that should place them in quadrants from which they can be adjusted. And having done this, copy. Oh, hang on. Don't mind me. Ha. All right. Copy, this time with the little comment. And let's update that while we're at it. A block is now the little square of controls. Copy, and that was in fact the first. And 4. Build, and with 3 minutes left on stream, we might actually have something that's a little closer to what I had in mind. Let's go find out. At this stage, it'll be fairly easy to tweak it. I think what's going to happen is everything is going to be, the little box is going to be a little bit too farther over to the right and too far down. But I could be completely mistaken. Nope, I'm not mistaken. It's too far to the right and too far down. See, they kind of fit, but then they kind of don't. Also, the size is producing a funny offset. Look at that. Too far to the right, too far down. So let's quickly see what we get. if we use our big and small knob situations where we start at 0.1 instead. And then small knob I don't think is going to be following the same rules. What about straight up halfway over, 0.5? That should also change the size of the knobs. It might not, but it should also change the size of the knobs. The trick is, are they going to be comparable sizes, or are they going to be all funny kinds of sizes that don't match? It's not too bad, but it's not great, and they're not lining up. I'm almost willing to believe they need to be the same size, because having a couple of them be smaller seems to be a problem. I'm also wondering whether I want it to be the low pass first and then the high pass, because it feels like having the high pass first might be better. That just swapped them physically. And we're now going to ignore triple knob and make them be the same positions, which means they'll also be the same size, but I don't know if I can make them lay out properly any other way. And that was the one on the very top, so cool. Now, do I need to have them drawn in order? Possibly not. It'd be fairly straightforward to do. Even if I do, I just have to flip them vertically. So what should happen is, whether or not they are in the positions I want, they are going to be more neat of a box rather than be slightly askew. Boom. And that's not too shabby. It maybe could be a little better. Not too bad, though. I'm not sure if I love how vertically separated they are when I do this. On the other hand, in this configuration, they're great. High pass engage, low pass engage, and they're lined up about right. I could maybe scooch them over a little tiny bit. How about vertically? When we force them to be rendered vertically, I could scooch them down a little tiny bit as well. So let's consider that possibility. And we'll also reverse the other thing while we're at it. So I wonder what would happen if I told them all to be big knob. There wouldn't be enough room to draw them, but I wonder. Or we can just straight up go medium knob and call it a day. Max of 0.5. That'll make a little bit more space for them. We can also let them expand a little bit more in that direction. Seems legit. Boom. And then we rename it to medium knob, and let's also reorganize them. So we are drawing the high passes, or positioning the high passes first. Oops. There. And medium. I know, it's dinner time. I'm supposed to be having tacos. There's only 4 people left watching. I would ideally like to show you the coolest looking little fader zone ever. Before going and having my tacos, and I may be able to do that. Yep, we shall see. If I click on things just right, we'll get there. Boom. I did like the idea of having them be different sizes. I did like that. Although, you know, there is a final trick that I can play by just switching some of those back to being sliders. That would work. I don't know whether it would look nice, but it would work. Excuse me. Alrighty, let's see what we got. If this looks wonderful, I'm going to call it done for the day, and we'll get back to this on Thursday. Oh, hey, now they're a little bit too high up. Interesting. But that is fairly easily addressed. We don't even have to copy and paste everything. X is across. Y is vertical. Ooh, 4 slider dynamics. The first one is at 0.7. What if this too was at 0.7? Boom. Beautiful. Ooh, beautiful except for when it ain't. That is intersecting the bottom edge. That's a little bit too large, isn't it? However, simply scaling the size down a hair will help. Mead knob. That's going to limit the maximum size it can become. And it should stop it overlapping the bottom edge of the screen like that. Let's find out if that is true. Looks true to me. They seem fairly widely spaced, but I want them visually located like this. I want the high pass and the resonance to be very close to each other because they're the same thing. They're stepping a little close to that low-mid filter control. But that's why I have them color-coded, is so that if they are offset like this, it's still fine. I'm a little put off by how widely spaced they are, but they're meant to be distinct things. So in a sense, it's fine. Also, they're getting widely spaced like this as well. I think having them positioned in a box that's a rectangle that is varying extremely heavily, that's probably the best I'm going to get. Now, would I want to also make a round threshold control? I don't know. Grenz is a diehard on the streams, and Grenz was asking for a horizontal slider on the threshold control, so maybe we leave that the way it is. But we have some pretty spectacular looking high pass, low pass, and resonances. So here's the final experiment that I was telling you about. We can simply do this. To see whether it looks better or nice. So I see one immediate problem, which is these have become expanded outwards to unreasonable size. On the other hand, in other ways, that ain't too shabby. The positioning is maybe not that great, but if we can constrict the vertical size of that, let's see whether we can play with it in the one final time. Slider H. So if we're going to redo these, then first of all, we don't need to set a color, but then second of all, Y becomes slider H. And I remember which ones it was. So it's a pretty quick way of squishing these. And having done that, here would be the potential alternate look. Then we could maybe squinch this down a little bit, but for now, it's got a consistent layout. And that technically means I could move these down further and make these larger. And we do that by using the slider H, but then C4Y for how far down that goes, because it'll match up with the ones next to it. So Q, that's C4Y each time. We're getting a little hacky here, but whatever. I could offset some of the other stuff in. But we're going kind of late, and I'm curious to see what that did. So C4Y means that that is not only the same height as everything else, but it will also line up with the lowest knob here more. It looks like we did not make the ability for these guys to become that much larger. Instead, they're kind of shrinking. But there might be workarounds for that as well. And I kind of, well, arranged like this, the resonance is mighty tiny. What if we make it be a vertical? Okay, vertical does have the challenge of you can make it so small that there's no room to move anything, but then this is a very small aspect ratio. Switch it out a little bit and it's a little better. And then we'd be moving that down, and it would align with where the compression has 3 knobs up here. And let's see. I'm a little stuck on all this. I have a tendency to do that, you know. So the 4 sliders start at 0.01x, which is where the knobs are starting. Across X is 0.1. I had a feeling that could be a little smaller. And a 2 is yay far across. A 1Y, this is where our knobs sit. So if instead we stepped right down, a substantial amount, and then let's see where we're at, though. Oh, I remember. Oh, look, unused variable. That means that I can just change it to this and put it back. Cool. Okay. I wasted my time changing that to the position of the other one, although nothing's so wrong with that. It was perfectly legitimate. It just didn't do what I expected. We can straight up just put those back. And then there's a consistency to them again. It was a temporary adjustment. In fact, I could make A2Y start out as being C4Y as long as they're declared in the correct order. And then if I changed the 1, it would automatically make the other one line up. That is done. Like this. There, now this automatically follows the other. I wonder what else I have that can follow. Well, this can follow that. Those are pretty much as they need to be. You know what? Let's just see what we've got. And I do not believe I will have a single knob scenario, so we can lose this. All right, final gander. Oh, well, we're limiting minimum vertical. Understand, I'm doing this on purpose. There are a number of reasons, and I will show you exactly what I'm talking about, and then I'm going to go and have tacos before I've gone quite a half an hour over time. So there's a reason I'm doing that. When I set this up to go, as follows. We get our funny little positioning there for like your resonance, and we've got it offset in various ways. We can squish it in. As you see, this time the low pass is slightly farther to the right than it arguably should be, although a bunch of the other stuff, like the 3 knobs, is fine. And as I squish it to unreasonable sizes, what this is showing me is how the algorithm goes off when I push it too far. Because this is not there to crash if you do unreasonable things to it. It's going to try to do its best with whatever you put it into. So if we stretch it like this, now we see that laid out in its particular way. And I have a quick update for the 4 medium knobs in a box one, which is across if that is then 0.5, it's probably going to not have the problem I saw. If I've taken it too far, I can split the difference between 5 and 55. And yeah, that's my hope. I'm making it look like a console to the best of my ability. In fact, I'd like to make a last-minute change. Base level, or actually no, it's going to be in the Documents folder. Documents folder, Airwindows is where we find Airwindows globals. Now, we still haven't quite done some of the details that I could do, like LED lights for various elements to show what they're doing. And I don't hit build for that. But what I do is, as before, but now we have a different look. And as you can see, we've now got a little more space. It moved over a bit. And if we squish it, now we have the tiniest bit of extra room on this side, meaning I'm correct to want to split the difference here. It was 55, we'll make it 52. Or maybe 53. Rusting that some companies, well, I can put rusty things as a texture if I want. Doesn't mean I want, but I could if I wanted. And so now we're looking at a same thing, except for it is now a dark gray visual interface. It's remembering the spacings. That now looks like perfect horizontal spacing for those two guys. Oh, well, I can fix that for you quite easily. I don't know why I keep hitting build. Don't have to build. I didn't have to redo a thing. All I'm doing is messing with Airwindows globals. Indeed, that is literally just what we did. So we are back to light gray, although this time I don't have the watercolor effect on. So this is your generic default Airwindows look. And I think that the positioning of high pass and low pass looks just about perfect. Positioning relating to this stuff, I think it looks a little dull without the watercolor effect, but I don't know, that's just my opinion. And as we stretch out, we wind up with a little more space where fader sits. And squinch in, And these guys are maybe sitting lower than they have to be, but it's because they're lined up with the bottom slider here. If I was to adjust that, it would automatically cover for the positioning. I'm not sure if Fader's default position is 0.5 anymore. That's true for this version, but I believe I just changed it so that full crank is unattenuated. Oh. One thing we can do about that, go to Plugin Processor and get ready for Thursday's work by updating that bit. For the new version, the faders are unity gain when fully cranked, because you have to attenuate so often that I'm just making more space for it. And bada boom. And I think just as one final bit of frolic, we're going to steal one of these colors. I don't get to distribute these, but I downloaded them. Technically, I don't even need to build again. Oh, I should have opened up Wood Dragon for this one. We'll pretend that we did. Boom. So doing this kind of thing makes it more likely to want to apply colors to the dots rather than having them be clear. And there's our default setting. And everything should pretty well work. Again, wouldn't be a terrible idea to come up with settings for some of those thumbs, because they wind up a little bit blank if they're not color-coded. But I can work on that another day. And here's a big vertical layout. And indeed it does appear that high pass and low pass have scooched down a little bit to be more visibly part of the filter section there. And although all of this is kind of janky, nobody else does this. So here we have a 2x2 layout with threshold and oh, I know. Let's just go back to the one that I started. I'm going to have to find out whether I can build that into the program and refer to it unless otherwise used. Because that's my image. I can distribute that if I want. And without even relaunching the program, boom. And then a horizontal layout are EQs on top And then there's a nice little space between these things. We've got our compressor with the threshold. We've got our little bank of additional controls. And here's our high pass and low pass with a resonance control conveniently at the bottom. And I'm looking at this going, is this layout correct or does it require more tweaking? Because there's always more tweaking. Oh, look at that. We can go from a extremely stretched horizontal layout like that to, boop, now it's weirdly vertically stretched, but horizontally compressed, and that's because there's a lot of room to squeeze it vertically until it's lining up properly again. But you stretch it vertically, and then this is as wide as the knobs get. So I've made the attack, release, and inv wet not really touch each other, and high pass and low pass aren't really touching each other, and everything's doing as well as it can. That's the whole concept of this, is you should be able to yoink it to some kind of position on your screen that's convenient for you. And then if it looks a little janky, probably see how it is, and then you find a happy medium. But it will do its best to accommodate what you told it to do, rather than you being restricted by what it tells you it can do. Up to and including a plugin for ants. It's still fully functional. Or a plugin for giants. There's your plugin for giants. But I have overlapped the wrong part of the screen. So I'm going to fiddle with it until I can put it back. Give me a sec. There we go. And we probably don't need it to be this large, but by gosh, if you wanted it to be that large, it would effortlessly go and do it for you. Still interested in making these be a little bit smaller and with like a box or an indentation in here that can be drawn to distinguish them from all of the tone shaping controls, because these are more like adjustments that you do. Like this one switches between the various forms of meter. The whole thing, I mean, Twisted Wave is really misbehaving itself there. I don't know why Twisted Wave is such a pain. It's also supposed to show a line on the bottom that lets you play the music, and it's not doing that. We're supposed to have a play button down here. But that's just maybe. For now, time for me to go down this whole video feedback and go off and have tacos. Basically what I did today was all of the GUI for laying out Console X, and there's a bunch of tweaking to be done. But once I start applying the audio sections to it, and Thursday is going to get a bunch of work on the meter aspects of it. It's running Airwindows X2 Dark Meter. I don't want that. I want to return to the original Airwindows meter with the exact like ballistics and everything that it uses, just like I'm showing twice a week every week, but switchable so that it doesn't have to take up all the vertical space and instead is just showing one aspect of that metering at a time. And I've got the control for it now, so we got that going. Then at that point, all I got to do is make 2 more Pample Juice builds. Copy these files over without having to change a damn thing, and then put in the relevant bus console or neither bus nor console. There will be some changes to the audio for pre, because pre is dual mono. But once I get that stuff sorted out, it's pretty straightforward. So on that note, I will talk to you later. I'm going to go off and have tacos. Bye-bye. Oh, I shut down Chromium at some point. Well, I know I'm still streaming. So, good night. I'm going to go and have tacos now. Bye-bye.